They don't know that there's still somebody in that smoke. They can get that molly, push from across the field. Now, BTOWN.
The Bucky versus BTOWN here. The Bucky crawling up. Tensa has the intel. Tensa is crawling. Tensa's like, he's right here, he's right here. The grenade from the Bucky!
Hello, everyone. We whittled down the top 20 teams to the 16 teams that will be participating in Super Weekend number 2 here at the PMPL North America season number 2. I'm your host, Daniel Digon Gonzalez, here to bring you all the action, but to break down all the action with their expert analysis, it's the Sevens World Gaming and Glitter Explosion. Glitter, how you doing today?
I'm excited for yet another super weekend. I'm ready to get this thing going because we saw some impressive comeback performances there in League Play. We've got new teams in the mix.
Yes, we do. And for that, I'm excited. How are you doing, Digon?
I'm doing great. Today is a damn good day to see who's the best out of North America. So let's take a look at how we've been doing it in the structure of PMPL NA season number 2. Every week, we have 2 days where teams can qualify into the top 16 to play for a Super Weekend. At Super Weekend, they have the opportunity to collect points as they would normally during the weekdays, but we actually keep track of them. And the teams that make the Super Weekends and have the most points after 3 Super Weekends will be invited to the finals. The top 16 teams will make it to the finals there. So remember, weekdays are to qualify for the Super Weekends. The Super Weekends are to qualify for the finals. The finals to get that big cash there, Glitters. We take a look at the prize pool, $150,000 on the line here at PMPL NA Season 2.
Yeah, tons of money on the line for all of our players. But of course, my favorite part of this prize pool kicks into play here for our second Super Weekend. You guys can see there, $45,000 on the line for chicken dinners across all of our Super Weekends, which means, of course, last weekend, $15,000 taken off the board, another $15,000 this weekend. So all these teams want to get as many chicken dinners as possible because then once they make it to the finals, there's $10,000 on the line for first place, just kind of adding to their overall total.
Yeah, there's a lot of money on the line here, and we get to dish some of those out. How do they get the prizes? How do they get the chicken dinners? Let's take a look at the points here. 7, 15 for the chicken dinner, and works our way on down.
Yeah, and it works its way on down all the way to 13 and 16 with 0 points. You don't want to beat those teams. And if you are going to beat those teams, you know what? At least get some kills because every kill equals 1 point. And if you do end up getting a chicken dinner with 15 points, you might want to add some kills to that because we have seen some teams actually get a chicken dinner and still get beat by the second place team because they've just been absolutely fragging with those 1 points per 1 kill.
That's right. I mean, if you knock out a team and a half, that's 6 points. That's as high as 5th place. Now, let's take a look at the teams that will be playing this weekend. Again, we start with 20 during the week because we had 28. We had, I guess, 12 teams re-invited, 8 teams qualified through PMCO. And here are the participating teams that made it this week to Super Weekend. We got 3 new ones here, Glitter.
Yeah, and I'm excited that we get to see some new names up here on this list. It's going to be WallStreetBets, Dope, Esports LLC, and Yo, all trying to get some points on the board for themselves and hopefully overtake some of those squads that didn't make it through. So we're going to have to see where that point threshold is going to be. But, you know, 7, I know you're thinking about it specifically. We're going to see it in a little bit, but Boring Protocol and Illuminati.
Yeah, they're going to be at home currently watching the game, seeing if they're going to get past in the leaderboard. That's for sure. But some of the other teams that I'm actually going to be looking at is going to be Knights and Ghost Gaming, because in case you missed the week of league play, boy, those teams, especially Knights, it wasn't even close. They had something along the lines of almost a 40-point lead or a 50-point lead, which is just unheard of. So Knights is definitely coming in here hot. That's the first team that I'm going to be looking at today, how they're going to perform and if they're going to be able to get the first chicken dinner.
That's right. Knights looked so dominant here in week 2 of league play. But to refresh our memory on what the scoreboard is from Super Weekends, let's take a look at the overall leaderboard for the Super Weekends, because there's a team that isn't named Knights on top. Actually, a couple teams named Knights not on top. I believe Knights is currently sitting in 8th or 9th. On top, we got XSET, Panthers, then 19 Esports. The resurgence of Old Man Carnage came on through last Super Weekend 7.
Yeah, and Old Man Carnage was taking a nail spa day for the last day of league play, so I'm pretty sure he's going to be very healthy coming into today, or at least I'm hoping he is. That way he'll be able to frag out the likes of what we saw last Super Weekend, which was quite amazing. But as you were saying, XSET was on a tear. Polo especially was definitely on a tear last Super Weekend for that team. The Panthers were a huge surprise with 152 points. Nova Esports, they're not that flashy team, but they are very consistent. And actually, Miss Sex's Esports NA, this is a huge surprise because they're not going to be playing in the Super Weekend. They're going to be just pretty much watching the game. So that's going to be an interesting team to see how far they're going to fall down. Ogilvy was a team that was very, very impressive on the day 1 of the last Super Weekend. I'm hoping they can continue those kind of performances because that's a team I'm pulling for. And then the ones I was mentioning earlier, Ghost Gaming, 120 points, with Knights 118 points. Those teams, especially if they can continue the performance that we saw on weekend league play, they're definitely going to be moving up that leaderboard. Now let's move on to that second page because we're going to be seeing some exciting teams right here, Glitter.
Yeah, now we get to check in where the points start to matter a little bit more. You see BTOWN Esports right there in 9th place, just barely squeaking under Knights and Ghosts. Syndicate, one of the final chicken dinner winners from our Super Weekend, there at 94 points. But then moving down the list, you'll see the teams I was talking about. Boring Protocol, they're in 13th place. 84 points is their threshold. Illuminati, all the way down in 16th place. That's only 58 points, okay? So that means that, say we play through this whole Super Weekend, and any of the 3 squads that are here for the first time got above 58 points. If we were done, then Illuminati wouldn't be making it to the finals. So that's how it's going to work. So all of those teams are kind of using that right now, since Illuminati isn't playing, as that point amount to beat to at least somewhat ensure their spot in the finals.
Yeah, and there's a big drop-off after 14th place, about a 14-point difference, I think, between 14th and maybe 10th, with a bunch of teams at 80 points to 94. Then you got the hit list there, kind of hovering at 64 and 15th. Thankfully, they requalified, so they'll be able to continue to add to their Super Weekend point total. And then you got Illuminati. So I don't think any of those teams there are safe. And as you said, Glitter, when we took a look at that second page, this is where the points start to matter. You just need to qualify into finals, and then it'll reset and you can get back into the big dance. Now that we are done talking about some of the teams on the bottom, let's take a look at some of the teams that found success, some chicken dinners, and more importantly, some cash money. Because again, $1,000 per chicken dinner winner that you get in Super Weekend. So let's take a look at that with this with our money meter. XSET on top with $1,000 per player there. Then you get Nova and 19E, both at 2, and then a bunch of teams got 1. But man, that is so impressive to have XSET bring home that much money there.
Yeah, they, like Seven was saying, they had an insane performance last Super Weekend, $4,000 already in their pockets. But I have to agree with you when you're talking about looking at the Knights here, Seven, because if they have a performance like we just saw them have during league play, they would already be matching XSET's $4,000. Okay, they had 3 chicken dinners this past week of league play, and if they're able to continue that, it could be a scary battle for who takes home the most money between those 2 Titans.
Oh, we're going to be looking for it.
Yeah, and we can only show so many teams on this graphic. We also had Syndicate with the chicken dinner. Surprise there, as they are still struggling with points. And then my team that I picked that didn't qualify in, Mazexis, they got a chicken dinner, and they're looking good in the standings, but they just won't be participating in the next 15 games over this weekend. Now, if you guys have a favorite team at home, use the hashtag PMPL across all social media platforms to let us know who is your favorite team and how well they're going to do during Super Weekend. Use that on Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. We're all there, and you can hop in the conversation, do so. And maybe if you have been using the hashtag PMPL, you might have seen this picture that breaks down not only the teams, but one of our analysts, Seven. Can you break this one down for us, please?
I got you, since I was the one that created it. This is Glitter Damas, all right? Her prediction has just big brain. So big brain that even her brain has glasses. Not only that, she does get triggered, all right? She gets triggered by campers. So for any teams out there, watch out. Don't get caught camping. Her analyst skills, they're 10. Her love for Nova Esports, by the way, Nova, we're waiting for that jersey, baby. 9.5. And then her team blessing is 10 right there. And the image, that's her approval face.
It's true. It's true. I really appreciate the work and creativity that went into this, Seven, because honestly, that's probably the most accurate radar I've seen yet.
Thank you.
There
It'll
it
be
is.
coming NFT next week with hashtag PMPL. I do have some potential buyers, Mustache Dave, Hawksness out there, so...
All right, well, there you have it. Again, hop in the conversation. Use the hashtag PMPL to hop on in and see more graphics. And if you at home want to make more graphics, Seven's here. You can use Seven's skill set and make a radar
I'll give you some
graphic
pictures
there for them. All right, let's take a look at some of the storylines we have moving into this Super Weekend. And we said it at the top of the show, 3 new teams coming on into Super Weekend for their first time. So welcome to the party. It's WallStreetBets, Yo, and Dope Esports. We're going to take a look at Yo first here, Seven.
Yeah, and Yo is gonna. The reason why we're showing him first is because that was the team out of the 3 teams that qualified that are new here to the Super Weekend. That was the last team that qualified as well. We do have Purge here. By the way, I do want to take a second to talk about that player. Purge, during week 1, he was only able to get just 1 kill. On week 2, and I think this is actually one of the main reasons why this team was able to qualify, he was able to get 11 kills. So it was a massive step up, because if you go down that list, the only player after that that's been able to get over 5 kills, it's gonna be Jay with 7. And then I was talking with Spring there. I was like, man, you gotta wake up, Spring. We know you got that neck. We know you got the skills. 2 kills aren't just gonna be cutting it for us. So he is gonna be looking to put up a great performance here this week. And Yo is definitely a team that I'm gonna be looking at to see if they can maybe pass the Illuminati on the leaderboard.
That's right. The young Belizean Jay had the opportunity to sit down and chat with him. This is his first time making it to PMPL after being on several Tier 2 teams. Hopefully, he'll be able to continue that performance into Super Weekend. Now, next up that we want to take a look at, it's the Puerto Rican-based team, Dope Esports LLC. Glitter, you got this one.
I know, excited to talk about my fellow Boricuas over here, but Dope Esports, another squad that obviously didn't qualify through on a first Super Weekend and made a massive push this week to make sure they qualified through this time around. You can see that Yahir is at the top with a lot of these stats, but while I want to highlight him, and we did that during league play because he did have some stellar performances, I also want to give a little bit of love to Casper, because you'll see that Casper stats are not that far off of Yahir's, but 4 less matches have been played by Casper in comparison to Yahir. So both of these players have really, really been stepping up to the plate. And then when you look across the board at the rest of the team, generally, you've got a really high damage output, and they're all super close. We've talked about this a few times, Seven. It can't always just boil down to one player. While it's good to have a star player, you need everybody to be contributing. And I feel like the performance difference that we saw between Dope last week and Dope this week is that exact situation.
I agree.
Yeah, and we got a great example of that in the final map. Remember, there were only 2 teams that were outside qualifying on Sanhok. It was Yo, it was Dope Esports LLC. And then Dope, they got a couple kills, they got into a full fight, and we're like, you know what, placement points. And then just ran away and hid, and then got themselves enough points to get on in. Smart play there by Dope Esports LLC. And if you want a smart play, maybe a smart bet, there's a team for you out there that Seven wants to talk to you about. It's WallStreetBets here, Seven.
Bring it. Bring it, baby. I'm ready for that YouTube chat. Yes, WallStreetBets. And the reason why I want to talk about them is because people don't understand. I'm a fan of this team. I picked them to be here this Super Weekend. So I don't know why I'm getting feedback on it. I'm just showing you guys the stats, baby. It is not my fault that Drago is the best player in that team. As you can see here by the stats so far, he's been able to put up 4,600, 21 kills, 22 knocks, the most average survival time. I mean, if this man had a backpack, it will be really, really big because he's just carrying the whole team. And now we have Baba. Hey, to be fair, I do want to give Baba some credit. He was able to step up in a huge way for week 2, and I think that is also one of the main reasons why this team was able to make it to Super Weekend. Yes, you can have an amazing star, an amazing stat players like Drago, but if you have nobody to back you up on that, you're just not going to be able to make it far. So for Baba to be able to come in the week 2, get those 6 kills, I thought it was huge. Not only that, we had Stevo. Stevo was another player that was only able to get just 1 kill on week 1, but then he just switched it around onto week 2. I just want to see out of this team more consistency in regards to kills. Another stat that I actually loved about WallStreetBets that I want to mention is on week 2, they ended up on week of 2 or week of league play, they ended up not having any 0-point games. Even if they ended up in 13 or 16 plays, they made sure they got those skills. And that's what I'm going to be looking at for WallStreetBets, because out of all these 3 teams, they're actually my favorite to pass the Illuminati and actually make it a little bit farther up that leaderboard. Glitter, how about you? Which one's your favorite?
Oh, God. I mean, I right now, I think I'm leaning towards Dope. However, all of these teams kind of had this massive comeback from week 1 to week 2, so it's definitely going to be hard, but Dope has my pick. And what I'm talking about is the fact that from week 1, if we look at Dope Esports, they only ended up with 15 points for the entire week of league play, and they couldn't get a placement that was higher than 8th place. Fast forward to week 2 for Dope Esports, and they triple their points, okay? They go from 15 to 44, and they get those 2 2nd place finishes, which allowed them more time, obviously, in-game to get more of those kill points on the board. It felt like they just found a little bit better rhythm for themselves going through all of this past week of league play, and I'm hoping they're able to continue that here in the Super Weekend.
Yeah, and what I want to see from these squads is, you saw the highlight reel, a lot of them were killing either each other or teams that didn't qualify on in. They need to be able to take on the competition that is heavier than them. At the top, though, we did see Yo taking down Ogilvy. That was pretty impressive, Jay, with the play there. But they need to be able to step up to the next level of competition here in Super Weekend, because you trim the fat. There's not going to be any easy kills. Speaking of easy kills, these players have had an easy time getting the most kills. These are our top 3 players so far across PMPL NAs. We take a look at it. I don't think any huge surprises here, Seven, when we take a look at these 3 guys, because they've been the catalyst for their team. We've known them for a long time, and now they're starting to put out.
They're definitely, I mean, and I think we have to start off with Polo. And in a way, Polo is actually a huge surprise for me. This is a player that a lot of people didn't expect him to perform this well. And this is a player, if he continues this kind of performance, he can definitely become a superstar here in North America. And I'm all for it, baby. Polo's been able to put up 72 kills, which is just so impressive, the consistency he's been able to have during league play and also Super Weekend. And then we move on to Coops, right? In Coops, we have seen how strong he can be in week of league play. I mean, for him to be able to put up 42 kills, that is just so impressive right there. The Super Weekend is where it kind of fell off a little bit for me for Coops. And keep in mind, I know Knights ended up playing with 3 players. I know people say that 3-player teams can't dominate, even though, you know what, I actually have seen some 3-player teams win before here in PMPL. Just putting that out there. But this team is coming with everybody this week. This team is coming to just prove themselves this week, and I think Coops is definitely going to be a big part of that. And now we moved on to Tensa. On a team that averaged just a 10th place on last Super Weekend, he's still been able to put up great numbers, Glitter.
Yeah, honestly, for me, I think out of everybody up there, Tensa might be the most impressive, specifically because of the performance that Ghost had this last week in league play. I mean, they had 0% win rate. They were only able to get top 3 2 times out of the 8 games that we played, but that's why these stats are that much more important. Tensa's managing to be in the top 3 fragging position with minimal time in game and 0 chicken dinners to their name. And honestly, Ghost as a whole has really managed to turn up their aggression. Tensa is always somebody that we see at the top. He's always performing well, but even Spec and Bayo had 15 and 14 kills respectively this week to Tensa's 18. In the past, we've seen Ghost be one of those teams that's more comfortable kind of, you know, grabbing the center of zone and holding it and just kind of letting the kills come to them. But right now we're seeing a lot of successful aggression coming out of Ghost, and that's all leading into this super weekend. So those kill points are going to be massive for them, and then all they have to do after that is kind of nail down those placement points from there.
And again, when we looked at that stat page that we had, I love how we were able to separate it. Kills from the week and then kills from Super Weekend, and with Polo being able to show up here multiple times on Super Weekend, that's why he was leading with 36 kills. He's been a monster and looking to do so yet again here for XSET. And if you at home want to be a monster, make sure you get hands on a OnePlus 9 or OnePlus 9 phone with flagship performance that OnePlus is known for. 120 hertz display that is so dang immersive and technology made specifically for gamers. The OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro are your best shot at climbing the ladder. Get your OnePlus 9 or OnePlus 9 Pro wherever phones are sold. All right, y'all, time to hop into the schedule for the weekend. And again, a little different than during this week of league play. We got a ton of Sanhok. Now we're back to a Erangel sandwich with one patty being Miramar and one patty being Sanhok as we take a look at that one here. Again, no team has to sit out because we have 16 teams, so all teams will participate in all 5 maps. And so if Erangel isn't their thing, okay, they got Miramar. And if Miramar is not their thing, okay, they got Sanhok. And we've seen how Sanhok can be the difference for some teams here, Seven.
Yeah, we definitely have. And actually, going back to that, WallStreetBets' favorite map is Sanhok. So that's one team that I'm going to be looking at in Sanhok. But in Erangel, guess whose favorite map is that? Ghost Gaming. That's literally where they have been able to perform the best when it comes to Erangel. So coming into this first game here on Erangel, I'm going to be looking at Ghost Gaming and seeing how they perform and how they start their Super Weekend.
Glitter, real quick. Time to go into Glitter Damus mode. Who you got?
I kind of want Knights to come out strong. I want them to continue that insane level of performance that we saw during league play.
All right, well, there you have it, Ghosts and Knights. Those are 2 pretty good teams to have your eye out for and to give us the call. Let's send it on over to the casters for the day. That's Mustache Dave and Inverum. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, D-Gon. I think those were pretty safe bets, not necessarily a Wall Street bet there, Dave, which I know is another team that you've had your eye on quite a bit over the last little while. I'd be excited to see them participating here in this second Super Weekend.
Yeah, I had my eye on them for many reasons, of course. You know, you got the veterans on the squad like Kingay. You got the new blood like Drago coming on out trying to prove themselves. Then the superstars like Baba OP. So definitely a team to keep your eye on. And we mentioned welcome to the party because this is their first Super Weekend. The thing is, in Virum, the party has been going on. So they showed up late to the party. So they are going to have a lot of work ahead of them to close that gap because these other squads, they played 15 games already on this overall leaderboard. So today is a big day for them.
100%. It's all about doing better than the teams that did last week who aren't here now. So we're going to be keeping an eye on our teams down there at the bottom, seeing how those points shake out, and then, of course, continuing to take a look at those teams towards the top because it's all about qualifying for our finals as we get into the play-in with our map number 1 on the day. Dave, it's Erangel. Let's go.
Map number 1, match 1 of Super Weekend number 2. And just a reminder, we got, 5 games a day? So that's $15,000 worth of chicken dinners here on the line. That's a lot of money. And XSET currently at the top here looking to capitalize and continue raking in those dollar bills. But who else in Virum is going to get that money here? If you had to kind of make one team prediction today, is there anybody you're looking at?
I mean, it sucks because A, it's already been said, and B, it's kind of predictable. I can't deny the power of the Knights. They have just been looking too good. They have too many powerful fraggers on that team, too many players that could pop off at any given moment. And it's interesting because it actually looks like they're potentially adjusting their drop point here based on this plane path. They're actually dropping military. They could potentially see some early pressure here on the Panthers, who aren't necessarily used to that. So, hey, we'll see if my prediction looks great off the bat or absolutely abysmal if they lose this fight.
Yeah, the Panthers and both the Knights, both when we look at Super Weekend number 2, hovering around that 2nd to 3rd place spot, both with 65 kills in total. The thing is, the Panthers, they had 15K damage, while the Knights had 13K damage. So I was definitely surprised with just sitting back and watching the Panthers pop off, because they were not on my top 5 coming into PMPL Season 2. And, I'm going to be honest, like, I didn't know. I didn't know about them. But last Super Weekend, they were always up there towards the top, top 5 late game. And they always had like 3 members alive at least, and always with a solid position. I noticed they like to favor the high ground, especially on Erangel when it comes to these like little hills and stuff or whatnot. So the Panthers, I got my eye on them here this weekend.
I think that's a great pick. I think one of the things that really impressed me about them was, during the first opening week and in the beginning stages of the first Super Weekend, they were a squad who would consistently roll up late. They played edge really well, took smart fights, would get into those final circle situations, like you said, with usually at least 3 players up, and then they would put themselves in a great position to win or get a lot of points. But what we've also seen from them over the last, week, additional days, end of last Super Weekend, is that they can fight when it matters. They do have that explosive capability. They do have that dynamism, and that's what I needed to see. So for me, they're checking all the boxes. They're answering all the questions. It's can they continue to replicate those results? Because, as this Super Weekend is a testament, the fact that we have 3 different teams participating, Dave, consistency is a tough thing to master.
Yeah, and talking about consistency, I know we're kind of touching on last Super Weekend a lot here, but we had one day where Ogilvy, explosive. We had one day where XSET, explosive. And then another day when 19 Esports, explosive. So those were like those 3 explosive squads on each of the 3 days. Meanwhile, the whole time, all 3 days, consistency, that's the Panthers, in my opinion.
I could not agree more. They were, as I said, they were always in those circles. We take a look and, where are the teams at? And maybe we hadn't talked about them a ton. Maybe they hadn't been involved in a bunch of fights, but they usually had 2 or 3 kills at least, and they were in the fray. They were up in there. They maybe had 3 players alive, sometimes the whole squad. And over time, we just started watching them more and more, and their smart rotations and their smart decision-making, and they ended up becoming a team that I think, have huge expectations for now, coming in 2nd place on the overall leaderboards in terms of last Super Weekend. Excited to see what they can do, and we're taking a look at BTOWN on the screen right now as well. And BTOWN, a team I know has a ton of fans. They had pretty solid performance. They're right in the middle of the pack, Dave. What do you feel like they need to do to take their game to the next level?
I think just play it like it's PMCO, because I know the caliber of teams are a lot higher here. Trust me, I recognize that. You're going against Ghosts, you're going against Knights, you're going against some legacy players. So I can only imagine those nerves. But I think those nerves should be shaken off from week number 1. And I think the mindset right now for the squad is, we did it before, we can do it again type of deal. And I think with that positive mindset, and probably, the VODs, they've been reviewing the VODs over the weekend. They've been practicing maybe some scrims here, trying to improve their team comms, communication. I think with that dedication, along with a positive outlook here, I think that will do them, 100% charm, I guess you could say, for that victory, for that winner chicken dinner.
For sure, because they looked so incredible in PMC to come in here, have some success, but I agree, they just need to trust their shots. There's a lot of pressure on the line. Like, you see these names, you're playing against these names that you've watched, sometimes for months, sometimes for years. We have legends of North American PUBG Mobile, a team like Nova Esports, a team like Rin, a player like Chiffon, who have literally been like the grandfathers of this scene. And we talk about Grandpa Carnage, they're up there too. But like, these are the players that you look up to when you are aspiring as a professional player in PUBG Mobile. So to play in the same lobby as them, to test your own skills against theirs, I mean, it's exciting, but it's also daunting. So I totally get, for some of these newer teams, what that's like. And man, thanks observers, we're seeing all these teams here, because Ghost is up next, and I think they're another great team to talk about, because they're a squad that I think, as good of a spot they're in, Dave, I do feel like they've been underperforming somewhat.
Yeah, they had a week. And when I mean weak, like not the top performance that we've seen from Ghost Gaming last league play. Yeah, they qualified, and I think that's all you really need to do when it comes to league play. Just make sure you qualify. And if you really want to kind of turn up that notch a little bit, definitely here for the Super Weekend where a win equals $1,000. And talking to Spec, Spec told me as well, like, yeah, we just were, feeling our best. So they weren't at that 100% marker. So they did some VOD reviews, and really they have been looking forward to Super Weekend. So they can kind of prove those people wrong. Those people are like, oh, they're washed. They fell off type of deal. They're in 7th place. Like, Ghost, they don't care about that type of stuff, those type of words, because all they care about is in game. They know what they can accomplish, and I think here, this Super Weekend, I think they're going to accomplish that.
I mean, they better live up to that potential if they want to chase a team like XSET, who finished up last Super Weekend looking absolutely insane, putting up 196 points, which is just a staggering number of points, like 44 points above the next highest team, Dave. That's like a very good chicken dinner and then some above the next team. And they've already raked in quite a bit of dough with that first place. And for the record, I actually think that's one of the coolest things that we do here in PMPL. The fact that every single game on the Super Weekend has some stakes. You got money on the line. That to me just adds that additional level of hype to every single game.
Hype/pressure to perform, for sure. And I pulled up the stats from last Super Weekend. Tensa, 25 kills, Bayo, 16, Spec, 12, and then HH24 with 8. I think if HH could kind of start picking up a little bit here, like we've seen them play before, I don't see anything stopping that team. Kind of just to double back to that Ghost Gaming point. I'm not worried. And I told you this last week, Paul. I said, listen, you remember I said I bet my grandma on Ghost Gaming.
I remember.
They made it. And they made it this Super Weekend. They only
did.
need to make it next Super Weekend. And grandma's safe, grandma's safe. So that goes to show you my confidence in the squad, because all these players, veterans in the game knowledge on point, gun skills on point. The team around them outside of the game, like management-wise, coaches, they got Monica, everything is just on point. That support system is there. So I don't see that team not succeeding.
It would be one of the craziest upsets ever in the history of PUBG Mobile Pro League if this team did not make it to the finals. But we'll see. We'll see if what position they make it in, of course, and how many wins they can get along the way as we take a look at this next circle, starting to center up, continuing its journey north. It's been a very, very quiet early game, which actually works out so well for us, Dave, because we get to set the stage. We get to remind everybody who's watching the stakes and what's been going on and how the teams have been doing and who we got our eyes on. So I actually don't mind for this first game here. Teams feeling each other out, which actually feels like a consistent trend. Always the first game of the day on these Super Weekends, always slow as teams are tentatively trying out some new things.
Nice and chill. And just a reminder, Super Weekends, $1,000 per chicken dinner. There's 3 Super Weekends. The goal here at the end of Super Weekend number 3, which is next week, top 16 on that leaderboard, and then you make it to the North America Finals. So that is the goal. That is what all these players are playing for, that cash money and that top 16 spot on the overall. So getting into the game, welcome to the party, Dope Esports LLC. This is one of those squads that I was mentioning. They show up to the party, but you know what? Everybody else has been to the party, so they really need to clock in and get a lot of points to play catch up here.
They do indeed. And we're starting to see blood drawn on the server. It is about time. As we see the first pickup there, actually onto 19 Esports. Nice little pickup there from Pro Era. Seeing the hit list, potentially getting into a bit of a scuffle here. You can see the minimap. Dope, looking to set up these 2 ridge lines. Are always so much fun to see the play here between these additional sight lines. They have a lot of control over this particular area. I am a fan of it. The one downside is not always the most place to store your vehicles safely. So we have occasionally seen some awkward times of teams trying to protect those vehicles on these exposed hillsides. Keep an eye on where the circle continues to rotate up, though. Severny is still in play and vacant. Shooting range? Let's see. Yeah, shooting range. We have Syndicate moving their way up there. And then Nova, dead center. They're going to be a team to keep our eyes on for sure. But I love the fact that we're profiling some of these new squads. Dope Esports, a lot to prove, Dave.
Yeah, and I actually like this spot a lot. We've seen this spot played a lot here in competitive. And usually the team that is set up here on that hill first, they usually come out on top once when squads start to rotate past that little hill if they need to, of course. Everything depends on the next zone. XSET up here. Okay, I like this. Playing nice and slow, nice and steady, wrapped around the edge up here to Severny. Practically hovering around the edge of this zone. Looks like they are going to be doing a little scouting. Polo in the front line here has me a little concerned because Polo is definitely the star player as of right now when it comes to getting all those kills. So Polo gets spotted first and taken out. That might set them back a couple pegs, but it looks like they are going to be safe for the time being. I see him on the mini map pulling, you know, up close to UIU, but not necessarily crashing UIU.
Yeah, they did end up hitting the brakes a little bit. And we're profiling a lot of these teams up at the top. Both squads looking to keep on the outside. The other one, of course, the Panthers decided to rotate all the way up on top of Everest, which is going to be an interesting situation. They are going to be able to scout what teams are in front of them when they need to make their way down, but they are going to have to make their way down. I also think it's really interesting to note how many more teams are favoring the edge compared to day one, even the first super weekend. I honestly feel like the Panthers have had an impact on the meta of how the entire lobby is playing this. Normally, Dave, it's that bag of Skittles. It's right in the middle. But due to the nature of this circle in particular, the lack of cover, and the fact that so many teams have had to rotate because of these northern hard shifts, way more squads are favoring the outside of the circle. But I think the time for that may not be long because we're starting to run out of room. These teams are going to have to fight.
Yeah, I think the bag of Skittles might have spilled here because a lot of teams are out there on that west side. And kind of to add to your point, you have to assume other squads kind of studied the Panthers, all their success. So they're going to be trying to somewhat take a page out of their book, and that might cause some congestion here on the edges, as we are going to see her very shortly. But Jay from XSET not going to take the shots on the Jag, but instead, okay. I was going to say popping them tires, but Jag is like, hey, those are my buggy tires, man. That nice little headshot right there, the mini.
I mean, I don't know what that was. Just a lack of respect. You saw him peek the window and you're like, he ain't gonna hit this shot, and then he hit that shot.
Yeah,
just turned it right around. That was a bit of disrespect, and you can't do that, not at this level of play, Dave. So I mean, not gonna be the end of the world there for XSET, I don't think. I doubt UIU is gonna rush them, breach out of their own compound, but at the same time, bit of a slice of humble pie to start off this game.
Yeah, really strong spot that UIU are holding down, so they will not pop out of that compound anytime soon. They're going to be up there towards the north. Fishy, get it back into action. Yep, Pro Era, Fishy. Ooh, still alive here. Oh, okay.
And it's in my heart, I like to see sloppy driving punished because I think driving is an underrated skill and we need to be better at it. But at the same time, if you're Fishy, breathing that sigh of relief, those gills are flapping because you were able to make it out alive. Syndicate missing a few shots there, as these teams are all trying to rotate up towards the top. Right now, it's all about trying to find this vacant stretch of land because there is not a lot of great cover here, Dave. There's a lot of, ridges and hillsides. You do have a little bit of underground to work with, but this is going to get scrappy and sloppy real quick.
Oh, we already hear grenades popping on out. Polo, J7 across the way. Polo with the M4 shots right there. We'll be connecting onto one. Looks like they're going to be popping their vehicle, possibly looking to reposition it, make sure those tires are safe. But Pro Era just running into some bad luck here with this circle shift.
Yeah, they are indeed. They're potentially going to get sandwiched with the hit list, too, coming in on the outside. Not the place you want to be. Strixer's going to crash the compound. Pro Era is here, able to do a nice bit of damage, trying to trade some back, hitting the drop shot, trying to stabilize the hit list. It all comes down to this. The last player, Pro Era, have done a beautiful job defending this. Not great scouting from the hit list, and they're paying for it right now. It all comes down to XE, the last one standing, and we'll see if XSET decides to pressure this at all. There's a lot of points here, Dave, right for the picking.
Did Pan just 1v3 or was it a 1v2? I don't know. I'll have to watch the VOD, but Pan is not done yet. Looks like the hit list were able to get the pickup. They are going to be on that second story. Fishy with the Uzi ready to go, and Pan is not giving up yet.
Hitlist, or XSET, I should say, is getting involved. XE taking a lot of damage, though. Those nades are ringing true as Fishy's going in here. Going to back. Oh, nice little double bank off the window to drop that smoke perfectly. That will offer them a motive to escape if they should want. XSET's deciding they don't even want to take this. They're going to back up, do 2-2 split, and end up scouting a little bit, which means now Pro Era have to make a decision, Dave. They're on the edge of this next circle. It hard shifted away from them. They either need to take this fight or they need to leave. They can't do both.
And thinking about it, thinking about pushing up those stairs after that one knock. Now is their time to go. Here comes Fishy with the backline support, but the revive was successful here. 2v2 in the smokes right now, Paul.
And here comes Pan, and that's just it. Pro Era gets it done. Beautiful play from them. Able to capitalize on the smokes and able to capitalize on the damage they'd already done. Lost a couple players in the process between XSET and the Hitlist, but in the end, coming out on top. XSET, I think, actually did end up sneaking at least one of those kills away from them. So nice play there from them, utilizing this 2-2 split to perfection to set up at this next structure.
Big respect to Pan, though. Definitely saving the day for Pro Era right there, as Polo looking to reposition that vehicle right in time, because the Panthers, we talk about the Panthers. We've been hyping them up here a lot this game. They are right there on the edge out there. Blue zone slowly closing on in. They are going to clash with 19E here very shortly on their approach.
I don't think there's any chance for anything else. Both coming in on the high ground, wanting to do some scouting, but they do see the vehicles. Sam going to look to take some shots. Take a tag back in return. Frady is going to fall. Beautiful shots from Acer. Exactly enough bullets to get the job done. And just like this, the Panthers need to rethink this approach. But Dave, the blue is coming in hot.
Blue's coming in, and you can see the Panthers, they want to go to that compound right downhill, but XSET already there. So the Panthers really need to win this fight. Same could be said with 19E, because their journey ahead is nothing but Gatekeep City.
And this is the downside of playing the outside for this long. Eventually, you're just going to run out of real estate. You're going to want to rotate in, and you're going to have to breach someone, and you're going to do it with insufficient information. We saw the hit list. We saw what happened to them when they tried it. Not an ideal situation. So we'll keep an eye on these teams on the outside as the blue, as I said, continues to push their hands. The Panthers are going to do it now, Dave, running into XSET. Great job, though, from them. Kill switch going off, and just like that, the Panthers are dropping one after another, and XSET make it look easy.
You can say that. Kill switch about 1 HP.
What? I mean, it's fine. It's fine.
1 HP. That's
easy, Dave. They made it look. Uh-oh. Well, I may have spoken too soon. And just like this, XSET, I believe, will be capitalized on here. Kill switch and HP and a dream. Leon comes around the corner. Vehicle explosion to get it done. Why not? Good measure. XSET out of here.
I'm just going to put this out there. If you're 19E, you can't go on Twitter after this and be like, yeah, we wiped them. We mopped the floor. Killswitch had 1 HP, but they timed that one perfectly. They did not allow Killswitch to get the heals, get the boost, or the pickups on their squad mates. So kudos to them for scouting, looking ahead, and keeping that intel flowing.
And that's 19E to a T right now. They have been the third-party team, you know, eating up those scraps every chance they get. But we're not talking about scraps here, Dave. We're talking about the whole chicken dinner. Who's going to get it done as we're making our way into this next circle? It did center up fairly well, but there's still so many teams on the edge, and they're all playing that game of chicken. Who's going to rotate first? Who's going to push? Who is going to leave their flank open to potentially be exploited? That's what Ogilvy and Lazarus are thinking.
Yeah, and the south here really congested. You got Ghost right there on the edge with Nova, 2 heavy hitters. You got WallStreetBets trying to make their way in, and then back to that fight all the way down there, Ogilvy and Lazarus. So a lot of action is about to erupt here in the south. You can see on the top right-hand corner, the mini-map, all the colors, all the Skittles, all over the place.
Yeah, they're just getting mixed up right now as everyone is trying to find a purchase. WallStreetBets forced back one of as many vehicles I think they'd like at this point. So King try and reposition to find one. As again, the circle. Dave, I feel like this is one of the most, a lot of the pressure. I think because we had such a quiet early mid game, there's still so many teams back up in it. Spray is there from Yo. Beautiful shots in towards Ghost Gaming. Bayo just got dinked. And that might be the potential opening that they need to push their way through. They're crashing into Nova as well. Purge trying to do a bit of scouting. The star player for the squad needs to relay that information to the teams that can try and make something happen. Yi is here, but oh no! Yo with the send, and Dave, it's going right on down.
Pull up all of Yo. At least the remaining members snaking it right now. Just crawling.
No!
Just crawling, and Nova just walking through the smokes, just spraying them down. It's up to one more for Yo, and Yo, see you later.
Yo, yeah.
Yo.
Nova
Yo.
just, yeah, more like no. More like that was not the play per se. That was a no. That'll be a hard pass, just like this hard send that we're seeing from Telly right now. This is a desperation send, looking for a rock. And that's about it. Oh, finds one, finds some friends, but stays alive, at least for now.
Okay, gonna be blowing up this vehicle, using that for cover. Saw a grenade right there from Drake. Sanhok's a bunch of grenades gonna open this up right here. Nova, 5 kills, only a duo, and they're not scared here. They're looking to take the fight.
They are indeed. Spec is down. Potential opening, an opportunity from them. They all have to move just a little bit into this next circle, which is continuing to do so much damage. As we can see, the nades continue to rain in. Nice little opening there. Ghost Gaming taking a lot of damage, though. And we'll see if these nades can find their mark. One big nade onto Ghost, Dave. Look at how they're oh, no! The third party comes in. And what a surprise! It's 19 Esports.
And Ghost, they're so good at surviving. They have 2 vehicles. They position them so that they can avoid the shots from the east and the north. Meanwhile, they use smokes for hard cover for the west side from Nova to allow them to continue to throw grenades to prolong that fight. And now they're going to use those vehicles to reposition. But over here in the north, 19E and UIU.
UIU done a great job of just snaking their way in around. The early rotations they did, Dave, are paying off in a huge way. 3 kills, not like the, 9 from 19 Esports, but still respectable here, especially consider the WallStreetBets, who still in this only has 1. Props to them, though, for making it into this situation in the first game of the Super Weekend. We can see the push coming in from 19 Esports, though, utilizing those smokes, like you said, to offer some cover from the outsides, keeping those flanks in check. Assault is going to drop. That's a huge opening knock from Sam. If Leon can follow up Dave, this will be huge for 19E.
Molly right on top of Nemesis. I see somebody in a vehicle looking to just send it, get some runovers. It's going to be Acer in the thick of it.
Acer goes in, hits a rock, though, can't quite find the run over, but the shots are going to be there. More are dropping, and just like that, UYU are out of there. It all comes down to Jag, the decisive play from 19 Esports, doing the work, but the nades continue to fly right on back. Can they find the shots? And just hang on a second, Dave. I said they were out, but I may have spoken too soon.
Leon said, see ya, not going to stick around any longer. 12 kills so far, going to be repositioning a little bit more into the zone. But Jag was able to get the heal off in the tail of this. 4 teams to go.
And actually outlives 19 Esports. I can't believe it. Those 2 nades. He knew exactly where his teammates' bodies had fallen. He knew they were going to be looting them, so he knew exactly where he had to line up the nades. Got up 2 picks, and I mean, look, 19 is still going to be ecstatic. They pulled up a crazy amount of points. But wow, what a finish here as Knights are going for this final send into this next circle. Coops has done the scouting, and Dave, just like that, suddenly, there were 2.
Look who it is, WallStreetBets. Welcome to the party. Their first Super Weekend, their first game. 5 kills, top 2, solid.
I mean, what a confidence boost for them. I'm not sure they're going to be able to secure the chicken, but still, props to make it to this point. As we can see, Knights pushing in on the outside. And yeah, my prediction looking pretty darn good to start this out. Knights with a huge opening game. That chicken dinner, Dave, it looked solid.
Not only is it a solid gold chicken dinner, it's also $1,000 in the bank, in the pocket, just like that, for clocking in for about 25 minutes worth of work. So congrats to them, and congrats to WallStreetBets. You nailed it on the head. You said confidence, the confidence booster.
Oh, yeah.
You know, second place, game 1, first Super Weekend here. I don't think there's anything besides a chicken dinner that could gain that much confidence besides that second place finish.
I mean, especially when you look at it in the context of all this. They put up 5 kills, which isn't a huge amount by any means, but is still super impressive. It shows that they can replicate the work they did in league play. They can do it here on the Super Weekend. Huge shout outs to 19E, though, the third party phenoms who put up a staggering 12 kills. But I was going to give props to some teams like UIU for their scrappiness as well. You know, XSET, the Panthers, they fought it out. But overall, Dave, this was just a really good game number 1.
Yeah, a lot of teams just kind of stuck fighting there on the edge. And looking down here at the bottom, first Super Weekend, 1 point. Dope. Esports LLC, first Super Weekend. The goose egg. So just a reminder, we don't have those rotating lobbies anymore. So 16 teams, all 15 games. That's a plus because if you made a mistake in one game, you can quickly go back on break, be like, yo, we got to tighten this up, and then immediately execute that plan. So I'm looking forward to seeing what dope Esports LLC can pull out in game number 2. But here are the MVPs.
Goops. Chico. Yeah, okay. Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. Both able to put up 4 kills. Both able to put up 800 plus damage, which is actually one of the highest. As a team, Dave, I'm curious to see what their total overall damage was. But Leon surviving there at the end, doing so much for the squad. Big play there from our MVPs. We've seen some that's like, 500, okay, 600 damage, but 3 players basically being able to put up 800 plus. That is a very respectable swath of MVPs here for game number 1. Slow start, Dave, but a very explosive finish, and I cannot wait to see what the rest of the games have in store for us tonight, which means we need to head to a short break, send it back to our analysts, and then game number 2.
OnePlus 9 Pro. The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The HyperTouch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to PMPL NA season number 2. What a way to start things off there for Knights and for our debutantes, Wall Street Bets. But we got a video for you introducing some of the squads, so why don't we take a look at that one first.
What's up, guys? My name is Telly, and I'm the IGL for Lazarus PUBG Mobile, and we'd appreciate it if you'd come out and support us in PMPL North America Season 2.
Hello, my name's Valak. I play for Boring Protocol. My teammates are Fame, Fate, and Kaisk, and come watch us play PMPL Season 2.
Okay, my name is Trey. I play for UIU Gaming, and I would really appreciate it if y'all could support us at PUBG Mobile Esports on Twitch or YouTube.
Hello, my name is Solitude from X's. Come watch us play in PMPL North America Season 2.
Hey guys, this is Jay from Team Yo. You guys could come and support us for PMPL Season 2 and for Team Yo.
Buenas, soy Yair y GL del equipo de WallStreetBets y le invito a ver la PMPL Season 2 de Norteamérica.
Hey, what's up? It's Pan from Pereira. Tune in to watch us this next PMPL.
Yo, what's up, guys? It's King here from WallStreetBets. Make sure y'all check us out in PMPL League while we try to get the #1 place. Thank y'all.
Hey, I'm Grave. I play for the new favorite team, BTOWN.
Come watch us on PMPL NA.
This is Baban Vela from the Hitlist. Come cheer for us on YouTube and Twitch, Esports PUBG Mobile, and for the PMPL Season 2 North America.
Hello, I'm in Ogilvy team, so watch out on PMPL Season 2.
There it is, a quicker look at the players, the faces behind some of the kills that were being picked up here in PMPL NA season number 2. D-Gon 7 Glitter here to break down that last game. Knights take the win. It was a slower game, but we had a lot of storylines there. 19 Esports going back to their third partying. XSET surviving a couple of those big team fights. UYU surviving through old man Jag, who's been in the scene for such a long time. Glitter, but there's one that definitely stuck out to you.
Yes, and I think it's the one that I said was gonna win, and I'll just take it. I don't know how. I think I really do need to play the lottery at this point, but congratulations tonight, guys. I was wondering if you were going to be able to carry your consistency from league play into the Super Weekend, and we started things off with a bang. So we're actually going to be looking at Knight's performance from today in this Super Weekend versus Knight's performance in the last Super Weekend, because we've talked about it a couple times. Last Super Weekend was not their best showing, okay? And so what we can see here is all 3 of the Super Weekend days. Remember, that's 15 matches versus 1 match on the first day today. If they were to do what they did here every single game, they would be blowing their last week performance out of the water. It would be crazy, and this is what we were hoping for. I mean, we were talking about it, Seven, when we were watching. They had a top 4 finish in 6 out of their 8 games in league play. They had 3 chicken dinners out of those 6 finishes. So you can see here already just how much stronger of a Super Weekend it could potentially be for Knights.
Definitely. I mean, if Knights can continue this, I'm really hoping this Super Weekend we finally get to see something that we really haven't been able to see at all, and that is 3 chicken dinners straight. We've been able to see some teams get 3 chicken dinners in one day, but I just want to see those 3 chicken dinners straight because it just sends a message to all the other teams. And right now, with the way Knights started this Super Weekend, they're definitely sending a message to a lot of teams.
Yeah, double-digit kills there for Knights. They averaged, if we took the kills that they had, 65 kills over 15 games, they averaged 4.3 kills. So that's a great start, as well as I think their damage was like almost 2K in that last game. Their average from the first couple Super Weekends under 1,000. So Knights coming in on fire. And so we go from one future-telling analyst to another future-telling analyst. Seven, you talked about WallStreetBets. I've made fun of you for it because I was like, there's no way this team that has been bad will be better than consistent Mazexis, but here they are. You know what kind of team they are, and we got stats to prove it.
Yes, sir. Listen, I'm a fan of this team. I've been saying it all along. I never tried to jump ship. This is my team that's going to be making it to the finals, and they started off the Super Weekend with a bang. For them to be able to get second place, I'm not going to lie, or I'm not going to lie to you guys. I didn't expect them to get second place, but boy, I will take it. Anything that they can do, I will definitely take here because this is a team, as you just said it, they can definitely perform better than Miss X's, and they can definitely challenge for those finals, and I expect them to be doing that. I do want to see the player stats pop up, though, because I want to be able to highlight something that I've been talking about, and that's going to be their main player, Drago. He's just been on an absolute tear. On that last game, he was able to put up 229 damage, 3 kills out of the 5. The average survival time was almost the most too. And then we go to Stevo. And something that I actually wanted to mention with Stevo is that is their IGL. And something that has definitely changed here is that Stevo's not dying early in the game, which is huge for this team, considering that we've heard it before from other teams as well. Once their IGL dies, they just have to play different because the IGL can't just turn around and see. He has to depend on his other players. We have King coming in, being able to get 2 knocks as well. By the way, with Drago, 3 kills, he pretty much stole all those kills, which, hey, take the kills as you want. They're going to turn into points regardless. And then we have Baba, which with Baba, YouTube chat, I'm just going to let the stats speak for themselves. But I do hope that this player does turn out to be a lot better this Super Weekend, because this is a fragging power that the team needs if they need to be able to make it to the finals. This is a fragging power that needs to get on a roll here when they do make it to the finals, if they want to have a chance to move on to the next tournament.
Again, a little bit of a Baba 52. You know, you get two characters afterwards. We've been using OP a lot. Baba 52 on that last one. Maybe he'll be able to bring it back later. Hashtag PMPL. Hashtag PMPL. Use that hashtag for all your social media platforms: Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, and you can see all the funny pictures. If you're a Baba fan, make sure to use the hashtag PMPL to get into the conversation, because we love to hear from you. We don't hear from you enough on YouTube. You could say Baba OP hashtag PMPL. That'll help out all the viewing experience and help grow PUBG Mobile Esports in North America. All right, let's take a look at the rest of the schedule. We just finished up on Erangel. Knights and Ghosts had good showings, both with double-digit points, but we now move to the dusty desert of Miramar. Other teams have been able to find success there. Knights have found success everywhere. And again, all 16 teams will be playing here. I'm trying to look at the scores from that last game. I don't think there's any huge surprises. You know, WallStreetBets, that was one that we covered. UYU, I think, was, again, another good one, and it was a pretty good highlighting of it by Paul, where UYU looked like they were going out first in front of 19 Esports. Jag with the nades coming on in, able to survive one more placement, get them up to 15 points. Was going to get your opinions, but sounds like the casters are ready to go. So without further ado, let's send it back on over to Mustache Dave and Embaram to get us into Miramar.
Thanks so much, Degon. We're back. Yes, Miramar. Okay. Game number one was interesting, Dave. So we had such a long stretch in the early game. We could talk, we could set the stage, but then I feel like when that late game got there, it came in quick. I'm still digesting it, because, I mean, Knights obviously came in there and crushed it, but I actually feel like 19E, they were really the ones that were putting in work across the board.
Yeah, we saw them up there in the north, kind of playing that late, slow game, of course, on the edge. And one thing that they have been really good at here this season in particular, PMPL season number 2, is third partying. I don't know what happened, or what type of cereal they ate every morning of PMPL season 2, but almost every game that we see them with a ton of kills is because they play that slow game and they just wait. They listen, they wait and lurk in the distance. When they see two squads kind of fighting back and forth, they might see the kill feed pop off a little bit. They know exactly where that fight is going down, and they always pull up just 100% at the right time. And we saw a prime example of that last game with the pull up onto XSET. They didn't allow kill switch anytime, no time at all to even hit a boost. Kill switch had 1 HP that whole fight, was not able to hit the boost, was not able to get the pickup on their 2 down squad mates after that long engagement, and they just came in here. Not only did they get the kill onto kill switch, I believe they stole a kill onto one of those knocked members on XSET. So points on top of points here.
And that's so smart. Such a heads-up play. We'll see if we see more of it as we get into map number 2 here on Miramar. The idea that you want it down and confirm those kills, not let them slip away from you, so when you go to pick up that final teammate there at the end, you're getting as many points as you possibly can. And yes, especially on a map like Miramar where the distances are greater, you have a little bit more freedom and flexibility to take some of those early game fights, but the potential for a third party is still very much there, Dave. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on 19E, and I want to keep an eye on WallStreetBets, because I have to say, I was impressed. Showing up there at the end like that, Dave. All right, I can dig
it. And I'm a man of the YouTube chat. I'm a man of the OP Baba. Like, if there was a fan club, which there is, I'm the leader of the fan club. I'm the one passing out the shirts, passing out the flyers. And all I got to say is, from the leader of the fan club, I can tell you, and I can tell Seven, that Baba right now is letting the squad mates have some fun, letting the squad mates look good, letting the squad mates get those kills. Meanwhile, Baba in the back line just organizing the whole thing. You know, the thing about Baba that I love about Baba is he likes to help others excel at what they're good at. He likes to boost up others. And that's exactly what Baba OP is doing here. So don't worry about the damage. Don't worry about the kills. Just know it's all Baba OP. All right, Paul? Trust me.
You know what? I'll trust you a little bit more when I see him get a few more of those kills. Then or at least they get some chicken dinners. You know, if you come into the end and your team gets chicken dinner and you have 0 kills, I literally don't care because you were clearly doing something to help your team get there at the end. You were doing something, so I want to see that. I want to see the chicken dinner come in. They were close. Let's see what they can do this time around. This is honestly a pretty good playing path, a pretty good circle. I love the Southern Mountain Range, Dave. You hear me talk about it all the time on Miramar. I think it makes for some of the most dynamic finishes. Every little nook and cranny, all these rocks, all these hillsides. It just makes for so much great, awesome close quarters combat. I love it. It's some of my favorite terrain on Miramar, so we'll see if that stays in or if we end up rotating up towards the north. Again, a reminder to everyone, the same 16 teams will be the case all weekend long, and of course, the potential to get that $1,000 for the chicken dinner. Let's keep an eye on how these teams are going to rotate in, start things off. I expect a very quiet early game. There we go.
You know what I hear? Baba OP. Baba OP. Baba OP.
Okay. All right. Maybe I'm hearing it. Maybe I'm hearing it.
Baba OP. And we got to give the people what they want. Huge shout out to Drago as well. Drago, I'm a big fan of hearing, I got my ear to the streets, and I'm a big fan of listening to the streets and hearing from players, hearing from the chat, hearing from just the community, like, oh, this player is that next player up. And on the up and up, the rising star, I guess you can say. I was right before with Kill Switch. I was right before with Coops. I think this season, Young Drago, whatever you want to call him, fire breathing Drago. I think that's the player. And I'm just over the top happy that they are in this super weekend. Now, out of the 3 teams that qualified here, Paul, I might get a little toxic. It might be going down that way. But out of the 3 teams, Yo, Dope, Esports, WallStreetBets, I only see WallStreetBets kind of showing up to the party, because the party is 15 games deep. I mentioned that last game. All these teams, they've been eating the chips. They've been drinking the sodas. There's nothing left. So there's only little drips and crumbs. There's not a lot. There's not a lot for 3 new teams to show up here on the leaderboard. There's just not. So I think if there was one squad to really capitalize on those crumbs, I think it's WallStreetBets. I truly think they have what it takes to not only close the gap here this weekend, but also, I'm going out on a limb, also get mid-pack. There you go. That's the hot take. Mid-pack.
All the way in mid-pack. Okay.
I think so. Not at the top. Not at the top, not at the middle, but just right there, just right there at the bottom of that mid-pack. I think they can do it. I think they can do it after watching them qualify through league stage, because they know for a fact they messed up last week. Sure. This is the week that they have to perform. There's no other option. There's just not, in my opinion.
Oh, you're 100% right. I mean, one super weekend, again, when there's this many teams making it and not making it, one super weekend you could afford to maybe not make it to and still still make top 16, still qualify for the finals. But 2, you can't do 2. I don't think there's a world that the math exists where that would be possible. They would have to have the best final super weekend ever. And let's be honest, if you didn't qualify for super weekends twice already, probably not happening. But Dave, 5-8. 58. That's the number these teams are looking for that are coming in. That would pass them. Oh!
Dude, who's driving? No, was that? I'm sorry to off-rail your point right there, but when you flip the only Golden Marauder on the map. Oh, saved. Okay. I was going to say, when you flip that, that's we got to take away some points. But back to your point, Enviro.
Hashtag saved in the chat. Hashtag saved.
Hashtag saved. Hashtag OP Baba.
Oh, hashtag OP Baba. Okay. Yeah. The Illuminati, 58 points. Not here. Not playing. That's the number you want to pass. At bare minimum, that's the number you want to pass. But there are definitely some other squads. I'm Born Protocol looking at you. 84 up there. If you could pass them,
wow,
that I think would be a huge statement piece. That would put you bottom of the mid-pack. Exactly what you're talking about, Dave. That's the goal. hit 100 points. If you're one of these squads, if you're Yo, if you're Dope, if you're WallStreetBets, if you could hit 100 points this weekend, you would put yourself in a great spot to make the finals.
I won't put my grandma on that one, but I'll put my dog on it. And ooh, Pan. We saw last game Pan come in with those clutch plays. Looks like they were caught out there in the open, possibly running towards a vehicle to get picked up by Huge out here. And this is just Miramar, early game. You gotta be with your squad mates, because if you get knocked out there in the open, I want to say 8 out of 10 times, you're gonna get thirsted every time.
8 out of 10 times, it happens every time. Yes, 100%. These huge open sight lines, people have optics. You need a teammate to lay down a smoke for you. You need somebody to offer you some cover, to throw back some suppressing fire. If you are alone, probably gone. You're probably dead. But do what Knights is doing. Either run a 3-1 or a 2-2, which is, I guess, a little more of what they're running here, which is in my preferred system. The buddy system, you can spread out. You can cover a ton more terrain. Still gives you some options if you get crashed. And it gives you the ability to sandwich opponents. I would have waited a second, but he flips. So that's quick. Needs to be quick. Needs to be quick if they want to make it out. Chico is expecting to get shot in the head, which is why they're not currently overlooking this. I would have wanted Chico to have waited a little bit, because Nesquik, there's a chance he might have actually stopped up there. That would have been a big opportunity to get an opening knock there. Xenox is looking down towards the side of Dope, who I honestly think, Dave, they were just given a gift by the Knights, because they're going to be able to reset off that, and there's a world that exists where they may not have been able to.
Yeah, Nesquik, we saw right there, using 2 smokes to kind of smoke that buggy, pop back in it, and try to group up with their squad mates. Ooh, and the return fire from the back line. I really like that from Dope Esports. And I give it to Nesquik. I get it. You see a nice little high ground, mountain, terrain top, right dead center of this zone. That's looking like a tasty snack. And you know who else saw that? Knights, as they got a nice camp set up right there. They got 2 vehicles right on the top in that bowl as well to hide those sight lines. And Nesquik, I agree with you, didn't even see it coming. So if we would have waited just a little longer, I think Nesquik would have been dead. But at the end of the day, Knights with a strong spot up there.
Yeah, and look, there is something to be said. Trigger discipline is important. Knowing when not to shoot sometimes in a battle royale can be as important as being able to shoot. But again, not the end of the world. Knights still know what's going on. It will be a rotation down towards the south. A fairly significant hard shift here. Most of the teams still in play, but the mountain range is as well. I know that the teams, the players, don't actually like this terrain a lot just because it's an absolute nightmare to try and traverse. Makes driving vehicles a pain, but that's why me, as a caster, loves it, because it's so ridiculous to watch players try and get around in here. So keep an eye on this. And of course, WallStreetBets, Dave, they're currently the only team not in this next circle.
Yeah. Literally the only team. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see them go for like an ultra wide rotate. I wouldn't hate it either. I would actually prefer it, because you can only assume that if you were just to send it into zone past Picado, it might be occupied, especially with teams who like to play the off center. So if they want to wrap all the way around, come in through Impala, play that hard edge kind of where that water was, that might be the play, but looks like they'll be sending it straight in. Meanwhile, all these teams, they are like, Los Leones? Okay, check. Let's just go. Let's just try to find a spot to call home for the time being. And the Panthers. Yep. Nesquik, survived one time on the pull-up on the scout. Didn't survive the second time.
It's like out of the frying pan into the fire is the expression. Nesquik, didn't quite get... They messed up their hot cocoa, is what I'm trying to get at here, Dave. They messed up their hot cocoa. And you never want to burn your hot cocoa. That's a recipe for disaster.
Doesn't taste good. Even if you, put cinnamon on it, marshmallows on it.
I know.
Doesn't
matter. It doesn't matter.
So all these teams right now kind of centering up here in Los Leones for the most part. You got Ogilvy, you got Syndicate, and BTOWN playing the west, those mountains, those high ground positions out there to the west, and I don't see them pulling into Los Leones as of right now. They probably had their fingers crossed that next zone does favor them, so that they will be overlooking and gatekeeping all these squads who will be repositioning, moving out of Los Leones and a panic. So really, this next circle will be the deciding factor. Oh, perfect visual.
10 teams, by the way, Dave.
Perfect visual. Yeah, the rent here in Los Leones must be cheap because everybody decided to move in.
Not anymore, it's not. Come on, guys, you're driving up the price of rent. What, are we moving to Texas anyway? Los Leones. Definitely a place that can support at this stage in the game teams that don't need to move and loot. You know, not necessarily the friendliest neighbors, but you can get it done. If we do see a hard shift, though, say back towards the north or hard towards the south, it is going to be absolute chaos trying to make it out of here. Like the 405 on a Friday night, it just ain't happening, Dave.
Tonight's Friday.
Yeah.
You nailed it.
Thank you.
Tonight's Friday.
That's topical.
Super.
If you live in Los Angeles, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Analysis right there. It is Friday.
Just the worst highway. Just the worst. What is it? Just the worst highway ever. Anyway,
the worst.
Just the worst. Take my word for it, Dave.
I believe.
Just the worst. But you know what's not? Some of the setups we're seeing from some of these teams. I love the splits we're seeing between them. So much 2-2. Again, a big fan of it. The 3-1. Especially on Miramar, I've seen, because like you said before, Dave, it's so easy to just get picked off if you go too far from your squad. I love the fact that we're seeing teams playing a little bit closer together, not trying to take over a huge amount of real estate. And now we see where they go.
Where will Nova go? They tend to play 2-2 almost every game, at least early game. I feel like they're in a great spot to really choose where they want to head towards and call home for the time being. Them and Ogilvy. And it looks like they might be opting to play that off center, but really our eyes have to be on the northern wedge right here. Los Leones, we were kind of alluding to it. If the zone doesn't favor it, all these teams are going to have to push out, and that is exactly the case right now.
Talked about chaos, and we're about to witness it unfold as everyone's hopping into the vehicles, trying to make their way out. Great little path here from Lazarus, though, looking to make their way through. So glad you point out Nova Esports, Dave. This is their backyard. This is their bread and butter. They play on this southern part of the circle in Miramar. We've seen them get chicken dinners here before in past events. I cannot wait to see what they can do. Ogilvy, XSET, Ghost already making their way in, but still so many squads have to try and make it happen. And Lazarus are in the prime gatekeeping position, Dave. We'll see if they stay there or if they opt to keep heading further in.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. Lazarus pulling up there ahead of everybody else on top of that hill. That nice pathway. That was like gatekeep 10 out of 10 spot. So I'm very curious to see if we will see them in the kill feed. But over here, Ghost Gaming, looks like they are in the mix of it with XSET.
Yeah, XSET was here already. Nice little pull up. Tensa, though, doesn't need a Tommy gun to get the shots through. Up against Polo, two of the top fraggers in the lobby, but they're not going to be doing it alone. Polo's going to drop, though. Better team shooting from Ghost. Not expecting to take this 2v1. What is going on? Tensa, a machine, making it look easy. Dave, he just dismantled XSET.
You know what it is? Number 3 versus number 1 on the pre-desk top killers in the lobby. Tensa was number 3, Polo was number 1, and Tensa said, not today. This week is the week to take back that number 1 spot where we have seen Tensa multiple times before. So we'll get back to that because, again, a nice little glimpse over here. The Panthers right there on the edge, overlooking Dope Esports.
This one's going to be tough for them. There's always a bigger fish. Lazarus is overlooking both of these teams as well. We'll see if they're going to look to potentially get involved here. Pretty long-range shots. And I have to say, I am strangely surprised at how little fighting we saw getting out of it. Teams with crazy sends, dodging between buildings up onto the high ground on the mountainside, somehow all managed or mostly managed to avoid fighting. Really only saw Ghost and XSET off the back of this, and I think it's because a lot of them didn't push that far into the next circle, Dave. A lot of them are still sitting here on the edge, just trying to find a home. WallStreetBets, they did make that rotation like you talked about, all the way in through the east, and well, they're going to have to keep moving.
That they are, but they do have some vehicles, so they might opt to go down towards the south. That would be a smart play. 19E, Knights, and Lazarus. 3 really aggressive squads right now on top of each other. And then, of course, UIU and those compounds down towards the south probably will be taking shots as 19E and Knights might opt to use one of those main roads here to quickly send it into that next circle.
We'll see if they do. 19E did lose one in all of this. Knights still on the outside. They're very split. They actually rotate back up towards the north. Alucard, that IGL, often the player we see in that anchor position, will be able to escape here as Pro Era was taken out in the scuffle to make it in through the north. So Dave, what's interesting about this is I don't think anybody is really where they want to be. They're just taking what they can get.
Yeah, these circle shifts, definitely difficult considering a lot of teams hedged their bets on a Las Leones finish. And that was not the case. The hit list, talk about sending it. Okay, the whole squad just managed to survive right there. Yeah, one vehicle. I can only imagine if they were spotted. It doesn't take a lot to take out that one car, but we got a replay just in case you missed it. Tommy Gun Tensa right here versus Polo.
Yeah, I mean, Bayo did come in, do a good amount of damage here, but I mean, it was Tensa who just went off there, finding the shots left and right. Again, looking like a machine. That aim does not waver. Beautiful play from Ghost to take down one of their biggest rivals in this lobby. As the circle continues to center up, teams fighting on the edge. Those handful in the center, Dave, are going to fight off a ton of comers. And of course, taking a look at WallStreetBets, they're making another wide rotate in. They don't want to take fights unless they absolutely have to. And they may be running into one of the stragglers from BTOWN here on the outside. I'm not sure if they've spotted them. Yes, they did. They found Peaceful. Drago, you talked about this player, Dave. So impressive. Great game sense as well.
Yeah, I really appreciate the rotate down here towards the south. Now, they did send Steve-O to scout, and Steve-O was able to recognize UIU's position and was able to retreat and regroup with their squad mates without getting taken out. Very important to note. Yeah, because they're still going to have 4 up here, and they were just able to make it into zone, and they still have vehicles to utilize as well if they want to moving forward. So I think for now, slow and steady is the play. Just be thankful that you're still alive with the chaos that these zones have been throwing at these players every single circle.
And especially for the new teams that are in here, that are just dealing with, the pressure of the super weekend. These circles have not given you a lot of time to think, not a lot of time to process, have created huge tactical challenges. The IGLs, so much pressure on them right now to pick the right path. And let's be honest, Dave, no amount of prep, no amount of VOD review is going to prepare you for the circles this game is thrown at them. You just have to trust your gut, scout well, communicate well, and hit your shots.
Or, if you're XSET, don't get spotted. The last one alive right now from the squad, hoping that the next zone favors them and hoping that no one pulls up. But talk about pulling up. Steve-O, WallStreetBets, UIU.
There we go. Nemesis, great shot there, jumping off the side of the cliff. Jag is here, but the shot's coming in from all directions. I believe it's a third party from 19 Esports. Why am I even surprised at this point, Dave? As we're seeing the rest of WallStreetBets coming in here to finish up what Steve-O has started. You can see the shots continuing to rain in, but a huge nade. Uh-oh, Dave, WallStreetBets is in trouble. And now it comes down to Salt to continue to do the work. UIU are stepping up.
The double right there, and Steve-O up close right here was able to get a grenade through that window to kind of put a halt to Salt's reign of terror. Trey from UIU trying to close the gap, support their squad mate. I wouldn't be surprised if they just opt to get this pickup instead of getting those flushes there. And you cannot discount 19E. They're still on the edge here.
They are indeed, and they may look to get involved.
And no more WallStreetBets either.
Ogilvy. Third party from Ogilvy, Natsuo, another player we have to talk about. UIU was able to pick up one of the kill points there. Got to halt the Salt, as it were, who was putting on a great showing there as well. The Panthers, this late rotate style, not playing off so well for them here as the hit list is looking to get involved. We also see Dope here on the outside. Dave, none of these teams are anywhere close to this next circle. The Panthers are in trouble.
Yeah, what makes this even challenging is the hit list. They need to push through Dope. And both squads have this nice little lip to use right here. And Casper, talk about the golden arm across the road. Able to get a knock, but I believe when they push on top of that road, they will be exposed to Syndicate. So need to be really cautious right here.
These nades keep coming in. XE is knocked as well, and again, even if they can't confirm the kills right away, this is huge for Dope because they're stalling the push. They're forcing them back into the blue. They're able to basically confirm these kills. You can see it there. I actually think Syndicate came in and ended up maybe stealing one of these away as Trickster comes in. Great use of the audio from Dope, able to pick that up, and just like that, the Panthers are going down the hit list, looking like they won't be far behind. Jaggy, I should say, is able to live through this, get a vehicle in, but how far can they go?
Yeah, both those teams, they were safe in that dip. They were able to get those grenades, but once when they went onto that road, nothing but sight lines from Syndicate. So Syndicate, they were able to recognize Dope pushing up. A nice grenade, able to connect right there onto Yahir.
Multiple nice nades. Casper ain't the only one with a golden arm. Is Syndicate looking to step up here? They've already got 4 kills as eventually XSET does go down in the kill feed. Wow, these nades have been clean from Syndicate. It all comes down to Casper as the smokes are out. If I'm Syndicate, Dave, I think you just got to push this. You got to capitalize. You got to try and push into this next circle. This is the only team standing in your way.
Yeah, and they got Asen right here kind of holding the backside to make sure that they don't get surprised here. So I'm very surprised that Asen's not kind of prioritizing this squad wipe right now. And now they're losing points to Ogilvy across the way.
They are indeed. That was, I think, a Car 98 shot coming down on the outside as we're seeing Syndicate. I mean, again, I really, the Blues coming in, they need to make a play here. There are multiple members down of this team in front of them. They're getting third-partied. They just got to go. They've got to set themselves up because now, Dave, they've got no time. The blue is right at their backs. They have less options now that they've waited. And because of their indecision, this is going to be a tougher push as we're going from one fight to the next. This time, it's Yo pushing to Nova Esports. Ogilvy here as well. Multiple teams looking to clash in the center of the map, all trying to take some position. We see here on the eastern side of this circle. Great shots coming in. It's Tensa getting involved. Wait, what? As memory is there. Everybody's, I was like, that's not a player who should be in this fight, Dave.
Everybody. Yo is in the zone, and there's so many bulls, so many dips that you can kind of dip into and use for cover, get those heals, and then pop your head up again and get right back into the action. And talk about the action. Tensa pulling up with the bike. We got 4 squads right now here, all duking it out.
Everybody is trying to control this position on the outside of the circle here, Dave. It's just in the next zone. Spring's going to drop. The nades are flying left and right as Vane's getting in there too. Yo will get eliminated. Rin with the point-blank shots, and just like this, Ghost is down and out as well. I said this before, Dave. Nova knows this terrain. They know the area, but now they got to deal with Ogilvy, who've been able to keep all 4 alive. How, Dave?
Just playing edge down here towards the south and trying to third party when possible here. So Verrex up close, right across the way from at least a duo from Nova. Might be able to hear them, provide that intel back to the squad mates on the edge.
Syndicate was able to make it in with their 3 players, so props to them. May not have gotten as many kills as they potentially could have, but they were able to make it into the circle. Whoa, glass. More like a cannon there. All right, look at the shots, Dave. So much damage being done right now. Looking for those shots underneath the bottom of the vehicles. And Dope potentially not long for this world, but Syndicate's on the side here. Glass needs to be careful with these shots. We did see some decent ones with the Car 98 earlier. What can they continue to do as the next circle? Where does it go?
And what I'm seeing here is Syndicate just a lost or missed opportunity for that squad wipe on the Dope. And Dope, congrats to them to be able to continue to get the pickup, the heal, the pickup, the heal, because everybody right now is trying to take them out. And now Nova going to be wrapping around them as well. Oh, the glass cannon as you put them. Still with that Car 98 putting in work. But if I was Syndicate 2 zones ago, I would have loved to saw them. Got a little more aggressive, got a couple more points underneath their belt. But they are still alive, so we'll see what they can do.
Ooh, we'll see, because right now those points potentially getting picked up by Nova, but it's actually a 3v2 the other way. You hear with a beautiful molly able to take down Yi. They're all pretty beat up, though. We'll see what Rin can do. Ogilvy doesn't really have much of an angle onto this. It's pretty much going to be an isolated fight, I think, here. Oh, I spoke too soon. Glass 100% has the angle on this one as they're trying to push up into this next zone, make it into this next circle. So this is still a fantastic position for Ogilvy to be in. A smoke needs to go down if they're going to make this cross, and We'll see what Syndicate can do in the process as Nova Esports is in trouble. Here comes the push. It all comes down to Rin. The third party coming in, though, from the distance. Natsuo is there, and Nova Esports is eliminated. The power of numbers. Dope gets it done.
Just those random sprays through the smoke, and eventually you will connect right there. From downtown, Ogilvy, 7 kills so far. They have the numbers advantage. Syndicate, yes, they have 3 up, but they are right there on the edge. This is looking like an Ogilvy win.
It does. Here wasn't quite able to get the revive off. I think a bit of a misplay, not being able to get the teammate back up and in this, which means now there's 3 players of Syndicate. I think all 4 players, or 3 players from Ogilvy. They did lose Vurex earlier. And then just that last remaining player from Dope. But Dave, talk about the new squad showing up. We've had a new squad in a top 3 situation in the Super Weekend 2 games in a row.
You love to see it. And if there was a healing reward or award, it has to go to Dope. Just constantly healing up, and they're probably going to go out to blue zone while healing. Now, one thing to note, Syndicate did get that crate, so they will have level 3 gear. We'll have to keep that in mind because that will give them a slight advantage pulling up into this last fight. But Ogilvy, they do have a nice hill to work with as well.
Yeah, that I think in this situation, it is going to play to their advantage somewhat. But Rad's able to find the shots. They do have a good sense of where these teams are. It's a straight up 3v3. The circle is basically centered right between them, Dave. Neither one of these squads has an advantage. I think I maybe have to favor Syndicate by a few inches, a couple of pixels on the map. But we'll see. Is Natsuo going in with the big molly, seeing who they can force out from behind cover, but may have overshot a little bit. Syndicate ain't going anywhere.
I'm curious if Ogilvy are trying to smoke out a path to get to that broken shack right in front of them to use that as cover, and Syndicate with the same game plan. Yep, Basin able to get here first.
That was absolutely huge. That's the last piece of hard cover in this next circle. The shack is going to do wonders for the team that can control it, and Syndicate with a little more proactive play, able to make it work, making up for the play earlier on. They played it safe, Dave. They played it safe. They went for the placement points. Let's see if it pays off for them here as Ogilvy is pushing on the outside, but Natsu has done a great job of flanking around the side. There's actually a really nice concave here from Ogilvy. They're going to have a great fire base to which to make this work. And I'm not sure if Syndicate is aware just how far they've gone. Look at Glaz's position, but he doesn't win the trade. Salty gets it done. This is huge. This is the opening map they're looking for. Natsuo's coming on the outside, trying to support his teammate, give him a little bit of additional cover, but the first kill is coming in. Great trade back on the other side as one member of Syndicate is down. Can he find the second? Natsuo has gone huge time and time again. Can they continue the pressure as Vayne is here on the other side as well, looking to get the shots. Natsuo goes down, or I should say goes prone, is still up and in this, Dave. It's a 2v2.
Yeah, Ogilvy getting a nice collapse right there. Natsuo looking to push here against Aeson. Oh, Aeson 1 HP.
And looks like
Aeson.
Oh my goodness, Dave. Syndicate gets it done. The pure outplay back-to-back. There were multiple 1v1s that decided who would get that chicken dinner, and Syndicate went 2 for 2. Oh my good, they 100% deserved that win. They played it slow, Dave, when maybe they could have gone a little more aggressive, but when push comes to shove, they got the win. They hit their shots, and what a boost for their confidence as we take a look at the overall leaderboards.
Wow. Congrats to them. I know I was questioning their lack of pushing Dope Esports a couple zones before, but it all paid off towards the end because they had those numbers in a classic 3v3. Ogilvy, though, 8 kill points. Natsuo with, what do we see? Like 4 or 5 of them alone. Coming down to a wire, but 1 HP. Aeson able to clutch it out. No time to heal, no time to reload. It came down to hitting those shots, and that's exactly what they did to get not only the chicken dinner here, Paul, but $1,000.
And that $1,000 is going to feel so good because that was a stressful game, a hard-fought game. And it's interesting to see the sort of the flip of a lobby like this. Knights can go from, I don't know, walking away with a chicken to a goose egg back to back. That's just the nature of the game. That's PUBG Mobile. That's a battle royale. Let's take a look at our MVPs, Dave, because I have an expectation for who's going to be up there.
Oh, Rin. Okay.
Rin was doing the work.
7 kills from Rin. Then right behind him, Natsuo with 5 kills, and then Tensa. Oh, we had so much action this game, and it really goes to all those different zones that we had. We had Los Leones in one circle. Everybody was like, yeah, it's going city. Then we had a hard shift, and it's like, yeah, it's going to the mountains. And the next thing you know, it's the end of the game, and there's a bunch of different little bowls and dips that were just filled with players just waiting to take your head off there. And ladies and gentlemen, also, I saw a couple snakes there at the end wearing some nice skins. That's the PMPL 2021 Fall Special Crate. It is now on sale. Go inside the game of PUBG Mobile, unlock that skin, wear the same outfit as the pros. That thing looks amazing on Miramar with the gold trim. You gotta wear it. You gotta wear it. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be game number 2, Miramar. It was hectic with those zones. We will give the players some time to breathe while we listen in to the analysts. Don't go nowhere.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The
OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to PMPL NA Season number 2. And none of this would be possible without our sponsor, OnePlus. Get your hands on the OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro with flagship performance, an immersive 120 hertz display, and technology made specifically for gamers like HyperTouch. The OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro are your best shot at climbing the ladder in PUBG Mobile. Make sure to get your OnePlus 9 or OnePlus 9 Pro now available at wherever cell phones are sold. Through Super Weekend, we've got to know some of these teams. We've had some like heroes pop on up. Even in that last game, this team has been doing so dang good. We had to get to know them a little bit more. Let's take a deeper look at the team Ogilvy.
Hey everyone, I'm joined by one of the top fraggers in all of North America. It's Natsuo from Ogilvy. Natsuo, why don't you let us know a little bit about yourself and the team and how it came together?
So hi, I'm Nasser from Ogilvy, and BTOWN Glass will destroy the PMPL.
Well, Ogilvy has had a great start in week number 1. How do you guys feel about PMPL now that you guys are one of the top teams?
Cảm giác vui.
Nato, you're the new kids on the block. You've had an explosive statement in terms of your play, but what do you want to say to the rest of PMPLNA?
Dạ, là xem chừng đội em ạ.
And there it is, a quick look at the man that has been the driving force behind the dark horse, which is Ogilvy. They have shot on up and have their names being discussed in the likes of XSET, Knights, Goes Tier 7. It's just been a pleasure to watch Ogilvy kind of grow here.
It definitely has. I mean, from what we've been able to see with this team, and also just a heads up, in that last game, shout out to Sita, he was able to give this information to us. Ogilvy actually ran out of ammo. So that's why you kind of saw a little bit of a craziness, madness happening there at the end. But going back to Ogilvy, I mean, we know what they're capable. They show us last week on day 1 as well of last Super Weekend what they're able to do. I want them to be able to perform like that again, because this is a team that definitely needs a confidence boost. Going from talking to the players, they were like, wow, in a way, I can't believe that we're here. I can't believe that we're currently leading in the Super Weekend. I can't believe that we're having players perform this way, because this team was formed 1 week before last PMCO, and they were thinking about disbanding before they even made it to PMPL. So I want them to keep on performing, because it's definitely a huge confidence boost for that team.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to watch. Just like that last map on Miramar. Again, kind of like on Erangel, we caught a lot of small different skirmishes around the map, and I think the total damage helps us tell the story here, Glitter.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be taking a look at the total damage, because there were honestly a lot of squads that we want to talk about. Obviously, we just watched a video with Ogilvy, and Ogilvy had an insane performance, over 2,100 damage and 8 kills to their name. Nova, guys, I've said it a couple times, Rin is a player to watch right now. He's been having fantastic games, and we just saw him on our top 3 damage players for that map. Nova, 1,600 damage, 9 kills. But then this was kind of a really solid game across the board for a lot of Team 7. I mean, Syndicate here, 7 kills. Dope Esports, 6 kills and 1,100 damage. You love to see it.
You know what I really love to see? I love seeing Lazarus there. We haven't really seen Lazarus in a while, for them to be able to put up those kind of points right there. And then another one of my favorites, baby, WallStreetBets being able to put up even more kill points on the board and more damage. It's still, I mean, it's still the 2 main players. It's still Drago. We heard Dave talking about him there. He's the superstar of this team. He's the one that's carrying this whole team. But now we're starting to see another player kind of starting to step it up. And it's their IGL. I saw Stevo being a little bit more aggressive there. I saw him being able to get some knocks, damage, and also I think he was able to secure one of those 3 kills, with Drago being able to secure the other 2. I just want to see more out of this team. Once again, I want this team to make it to the finals. But with the way some of the other players like Baba's currently performing, they're not going to be able to make it. Drago and Stevo can't do this by themselves. They need the likes of Baba. They need the likes of King Ed to start putting up those performances that they're expected.
Yeah, no more Baba 52. We need Baba like 252 or 552.
He's still
Let's go with Baba
kills.
552. There it is. All right. Thank you, Mr. Statsman on Baba 7.
I got
All
you,
right,
baby.
let's take a look at the team that got the win themselves. It's Syndicate. And we said at the top of the show when we showed the money meter here, Glitter, that Syndicate was a squad that got a chicken dinner earlier in Super Weekend, but then has been struggling for points, but now they found a little bit of stability here, and it's been a lot on Miramar.
Yeah, and that was something that, you know, Seven and I had kind of put together as we were watching the end of this game. Seven was like, they did this exact same performance last week. So of course we got to show you guys the performance across all of the maps for Syndicate to kind of illustrate just how much better they are when they're on Miramar, Seven.
Oh gosh, I mean, just look at this. Look at the average kills from this team. For them to be able to average 7.25 kills in Miramar, and then you go to Erangel and you can only average 1.6. I hope they're able to turn that around, because we definitely play a lot more Erangel. Their Miramar Miramar, boys. Please be able to turn that around. And then with Sanhok, the average damage for Sanhok is just abysmal. I want to be able to see more. The good thing that they do have going for Sanhok is that it's so crazy that they're able to steal kills. But I mean, the performance, going back to Miramar, the performances that they've been able to do in Miramar is just absolutely insane. If they can continue it that way, it's a huge plus, Glitter. Because remind me again, how much is every chicken dinner? How much money in their pockets?
That's an extra $1,000.
Yeah. And just one thing to note here. Look at the damage received on Erangel. That is insane amount of healing, getting back up, knocked again, healing, get up, back up, knocked again. This team is just a punching bag in Erangel, whereas in Miramar, where they found success, those are numbers of a team that has been gathering some points, climbing up the leaderboards, and has pocketed $2,000. So there you have it. Syndicate trying to replicate their performances on Miramar as they move on to the next map. But before we do, use the hashtag PMPL across all social media platforms to hop into the conversations with other people watching PMPL NA. You could also watch it in PMPL Western Europe. The language is universal when you use the hashtag PMPL. YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Twitch. I think I got them all. There we go. All right, yeah.
Yeah, you did.
Use it across all the social media platforms and let us know how OP Baba is. That's what I want. This is going to be the recurring theme.
You want me to remind you how
is
OP
Baba?
is?
Hashtag PMPL. No, we got it, Mr. Statman7. Let's take a look at the schedule for the rest of the day. We just played on Miramar. We're heading on over to Erangel for another round of it. 2 more maps of Erangel left with a Sanhok in between. Before we throw it to a casters, one word, analyst 7. Who's taking this one home?
WallStreetBets.
Well, yeah, one team. There we go. Glitter, how about you?
Panthers.
Ooh, I like that. Panthers have been on the cusp here, and I think they've been on the top half of the leaderboards in both games today. Yeah, they both times they got 8th, so they're due one now for their consistency's sake. To find out, let's throw it to our casters. A bit of a swap up here. The best name in the game, it's Zeus Dash, Dave Tay. It's Mustache Dave and Zute. Y'all take it away to get us into Erangel.
Thank you for that. Zeus Dash Dave Tay. Whoa!
Oh, you got
Zeus Dash Hawaiian shirt Dave Tay. Yo, I'm loving it. Zute, make sure you spam those hashtag Hawaiian shirt Zute, hashtag Baba OP, hashtag no ammo in the chat. You were talking about it. Very interesting. We saw the collapse towards the end from Ogilvy. In my mind, I'm like, they got it. It's done. It's a GG. Yeah. But you pointed out they ran out of ammo.
Yeah, Natsuo came in clutch with that trade, and then you saw he got the other players super low, but he didn't push. And the Natsuo we know, like, he would 100% push that, get that knock. But I noticed, I was watching, he was laying prone, and that M4 had a big fat donut underneath it, and then he proned over to his teammate's dead body, picked up some bullets, reloaded with 12 bullets, and it was just not enough. So unfortunate. That was the first time where it came down to the ammo. That was $1,000 chicken dinner for Ogilvy if they had the ammo.
Oh, well, you know what, Zute? They will have the option, the opportunity to get another $1,000 here this game. Let's get into match number 3, Super Weekend number 2, day number 1. Hashtag Natsuo ammo in the chat. I think this time, if they do make it towards that late game, they'll make sure to have those magazines locked and loaded.
100%. We usually never see players, right, running out of ammo. That was definitely a first time for me seeing that happen on screen right there. And given this this plane path that I'm seeing on screen, it looks pretty standard. I think no one's gonna have any issues with this one. The circle, well, that all depends on where the circle's gonna go.
So I don't know if you were hearing my hot takes, if you could call it hot takes, but when we're talking about welcome to the party type of teams, WallStreetBets, Yo, Dope Esports, I was kind of on the bench of WallStreetBets will be that one team out of the 3 to really excel here this Super Weekend, and maybe even break into that mid pack, bottom of the mid pack, of course, not top of the mid pack.
Right.
Based on the first 2 games, watching from the sidelines, analyzing, do you have any take on that? Any thoughts on that out of these 3 teams that this is their first super weekend?
Yeah, this being their first super weekend, I think WallStreetBets definitely changed something up from week 1 going into week 2. Like that first game, they did pretty good. The second game, it was tough. It's Miramar, right? We've seen even the best teams struggle on Miramar. It just depends on the zone. But now that we're back to Erangel, this we'll really get to see if WallStreetBets kind of changed up how they were playing at day number 1 coming into, or not week number 1 coming into week number 2. And then with that first circle, it could get a little bit tricky once again for a team like WallStreetBets.
Yeah, it's only going to make it more difficult. And talk about being difficult. Acer parachuting in late Carnage, boots on the ground already, grenade in hand. Moso, though, with that pump right there. Oh, it's coming down to a shotgun versus pistol battle. Looks like Carnage and both Acer will be taking some slugs to the dome right there. This is interesting because they're dropping on top of the Panthers. And honestly, after Super Weekend number 1, like the Panthers are not a team to bat your eye at. Like they're a strong squad. I would even argue they are the most consistent team in the lobby where we're talking kill points and placement points.
I agree. And I think it's really strange that 19 Esports is dropping over here. Sam, though, snaking right there is going to pick up one onto Nova. Nova, I think, was trying to come in quick with that third party. Either that, they were betting on a military, zone ending, so they rotated across the bridge really quickly. 19 Esports, I feel like they dropped over here simply because they didn't want to deal with Ogilvy again. And the plane path, it didn't really allow them to drop where they wanted for vehicles. But now they ended up dropping on the Panthers. Sam, with a potential 1v2. He's got to move quick because the rest of the Nova team are coming in.
Oof, Shifan definitely keeping Sam kind of distracted for the time being. Leon recognizing that they need to support Sam right here. And look, right behind, Rin, last game, 7 kills. Memory up here on the high ground. 19 Esports, well, you better clutch it out. Looks like Shifan was able to get connected on. What do you see with this rotation? The 2 members from Nova in a vehicle in the coupe. Pull it off of this, Sute? Question mark?
Wow, major loss right there for Nova. I think Nova doesn't fully realize that 19 Esports is down to 2-man because we saw 2 of them get taken out by the Panthers. And XSET, oh my gosh, this is only circle number 1. We've seen about 4 teams get into a fight already.
And you know who we have to thank? The zone. Circle number 1. Isajat over here. I saw them running into the compound. Not sure if they have a weapon yet. Kill switch with that UMP. Peaceful with the Bison. Really low. Polo, the top fragger in the lobby on that second story right now.
XSET does have a slight advantage with the high ground positioning on those buildings, and you see it right there. Polo coming out over the top, gets 1, gets 2, makes it simple. Peaceful only has 1 HP in a 1v3 situation against XSET. Nonetheless, I think Peaceful is about to meet a peaceful, well, not peaceful ending, but a rather violent ending here. And there we go.
Yeah, I think Peaceful right there went to the corner, closed their eyes, and said, hey, hopefully they don't see me. Don't look in this stairwell. And BTOWN. BTOWN. Game number 3. it took me about a minute to think about it.
That was good. I love that.
It came to me.
I love that. That was
came
great.
to me. And you know what? They can't be too disappointed. I don't think so. Because circle number 1 is challenging, right? Big challenge, and we can see that with 19E down to a duo, Nova down to a duo. I do like, though, how Nova, I don't like how they pulled off that fight, and I think you were 100% correct. It's because they weren't aware it was only a duo. But I do like that they repositioned all the way to the south of Military Base Island, because if the next zone does favor Military Base, I really feel like they could play the long game all the way down there.
They could also maybe just snake it out, be very quiet at those buildings far down in the south. No team's going to expect a team all the way down there already when the military zone pops. And that's if the military zone pops. We always see teams, when they get that far down south into Military Island, they don't pull up as a 4-man squad. They pull up like maybe, one person, 2 people, and the rest following like 200 meters behind. Nova could pick up some snake points there in a sense, playing quiet as a duo. 19 Esports, though, doing the exact opposite. They're playing dead in the center of that circle. So curious to see which strategy works out better for these 2 duos that we have in the lobby.
Yeah, and for the position with 19E, I feel like that's them really planning ahead if it is also a military-based circle. Because if it is, that channel, that beach that they are kind of overlooking is a very popular spot for teams to swim across, right? Because you have to assume the 2 bridges are going to be occupied. So with them having sight lines on that water, for me, that's them kind of looking ahead and planning like, okay, we're down 2, but if we get this nice spot, we might be able to offset the risk with those placement points with some kill points.
We see, I gotta agree with that one. And we also see Ogilvy and Yo on your screens. Both of these teams are headed to the same exact spot, it looks like, on the mini-map. They're all heading to that Lazarus location. Here we see Lazarus controlling the beach here, and we also see Tully just halfway onto Military Island. He's just in the water, but just like debating on, or waiting, should I say, on where the circle is going to go, north or south, Military Island or the main island. A lot of these teams doing some prep work in advance.
Yeah, very interesting. And that Telly swimming possibly towards the 19E position that we were kind of mentioning. But if Lazarus, if the duo up there, G3, if they were to get pulled up on, like, I feel like Telly not being with them will definitely hurt them in the long run here. So not exactly sure what the game plan is for Lazarus. Very interesting. And talk about interesting, Yo and Ogilvy.
Spring driving a little bit too far, flies off the ridge, and then Vane falls down to try and confirm that, I guess. I think Yo just lost 2 players, Ogilvy with 1 knocked, and it is just all up to Iris here. Purge is deciding to come in, trying to get that thirst. Glass will bleed out with that thirst, but here comes the counter push. The buggy straight into the US, the M4, take the shots. They got the ammo this time, but they did not get the shot connections. Yo manages to, I guess, in a sense, win that fight. They only lose Spring. The 3rd player should get revived, and Ogilvy, this is the complete opposite performance of what I saw last game out of Ogilvy.
Yo definitely win that fight at the hands of Iris right there. Yes, they had a little help with the vehicle kind of blocking those bullets, but Vane now the last one alive for Ogilvy should be able to stay down below and be quiet, not move a muscle with this next circle. And Zute, this zone has me worried because I was watching EU a little earlier today. They had an end zone underneath the bridge in the water. Underneath the bridge, yes. So I don't know, kind of getting flashbacks right now. We'll see. We still have a long way to go. And just kind of looking ahead here, a lot of teams right now just going to be fighting their way into the circle.
With bridges potentially being camped, we see all these other teams trying to make use of boats potentially. So we see teams on the far edge of the maps clashing with each other. Syndicate and the Hitlist here. On the opposite end, I'm looking at Pro Era and Dope also potentially getting into the fight. And, great shots by Brain with that DP. The Hitlist definitely getting hit up and beat down. Syndicate is probably going to look to take that push and wipe out the Hitlist team now.
The Hitlist getting hit up and beat down, as Zute would put it in. With their winner chicken dinner last game, you have to assume they have some confidence in those sales. And I think we can see that with Rad kind of pulling up into these bunkers, kind of away from their squad mates, but full confidence that they will be able to provide that cover fire and allow them to possibly make some plays. But looking at the hit list, it doesn't look like they're too concerned with rotating into that next zone as much as they are concerned with taking out Syndicate right now.
Syndicate, they just got that 1 knock. They probably thought it was better to just rotate elsewhere. They didn't feel comfortable taking a push in a position like that. And I don't blame them. Usually that is a section of the map you never really commit to a push from. So they're unfamiliar with the angles the sight line, so they're going to elect to take the bridge instead, which is currently open. On the opposite end, though, we see Dope here fighting with Pro Era. Like I mentioned, it's a similar clash between the Hitlist and Syndicate. Both teams trying to figure a waterway rotation into the military base, and they are just both going at it. Dope with one person down, another knocked. Pro Era looks like they're in the better position right now.
So much water in play. We got this fight on the screen, and then in the bottom corner, we got the Finding Nemos out here. You got Yo swimming up close with Lazarus. So best of luck to them as they try to make it to the mainland. Telly already on the beach. Huge ass out here popping in the boat, trying to get out of the way, but Nesquik is like, nah, putting a halt to that, almost getting the vehicle explosion on that boat. It is going to be smoking. But you called it. Dope Esports with a solid position. Now, these cliffs, they are hard to kind of climb up and scale. With Pro Era right above them, I have to say Pro Era might come out on top of this one.
Pro Era just has them surrounded now. Fishy with that flank. He's going to work his way into the backside of Dope and get an easy shot. And it's looking really dire for Dope and Pro Era. Even though they're winning this fight, Circle is about to shift. And you saw that the boats are gone. It is blown up. So they need to finish this fight and start rotating if they want to have some ample time to get into the next zone. Dope, realizing they got flanked, just jumps into the water and starts swimming away there.
Were they spotted? Like, did they manage to just James Bond that one and dip into the water and not get spotted right there? Possibly. Maybe. Maybe Dope left one behind. Nesquik now going to be actually taking some blue zone. Pan up above. We'll be able to spot a nice, easy point. And I think Nesquik might take some shots, but I don't see them making it on out of here alive. And it looks like they might just be trying to deny the point here.
Maybe so. Pro Era, they're going to try and confirm this point, but I think they should give this one up, honestly. You have 4 players still. That's more than enough players to fight your way in to make it into the next circle. I hope they don't take too much time there. And this is the Eastern Bridge, which is still in zone. We have that next circle shift. We have some of the main island in zone, majority of the military island in zone, and I would say actually 50% of the zone is just water right now.
Yeah, and kind of just to finish off that Pro Era, looks like Fishy was able to spot out Nesquik, but to me, that's like the definition of tunnel vision right there. So hopefully they can make it into the new circle. You mentioned it, those boats not usable. So I think their quickest pathway into the circle is going to be this spot right here that we are looking at that has UIU on the bridge, WallStreetBets on the edge, and Knights in these compounds. So Pro Era might just YOLO send it and throw a wrench in all 3 of those squads' plans up there and kind of pull them back to the beaches out here. Lazarus, we saw Telly swimming very early on. Now the ball's in their court.
Works out in Lazarus' favorite right there. The pre-planning. If Telly wasn't, already swimming to Military Island, there's a world where the Yo team beats them to that beach side and the tables are completely flipped. But right now, I'd much rather be in Lazarus' position. They already picked up 1 kill, probably going fishing right there, getting 1. Yo down to 2. Lazarus, the only problem here is when you swim across, you have no vehicles, but they are in the dead center of zone. Maybe they'll get the next zone shift as well.
And to make matters worse for Yo, we can't see him from the Lazarus position, but across the water on the mainland, Syndicate is also on the opposite beach. So it's going to be Yo right in between the 2 different squads looking to take out here. Papa Blue is going to be closing on in. The Panthers, we saw them very early on get a nice little 2-piece onto 19E. They're going to be close to Ghost Gaming. We can see Tensa kind of looking in that direction. I wouldn't be surprised if Tensa might have spotted out some movement out there, as it looks like they are going to be preparing for this next circle. And hey, back to that Pro Era. Look at Pro Era. They're finally pushing in. Good luck to them.
They have no time to do any scouting, and they're just eating the blue on that rotation in. It looks like with such little time to scout, they might jump right into WallStreetBets up in the north, and that circle shift is opposite from the north, going straight south. Ghost Gaming in a great position. Lazarus in a super good position just as well.
so many teams over here, and at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who survives because XSET across the bridge is waiting. So honestly, if you're any of these squads, you have to take the fight. You have to get these kill points. There's no ands, ifs, or buts. There's no evacuating the area trying to survive right now. The main goal, get those kill points, because whoever walks out alive, they're going to have XSET looking, waiting for them down there towards the south.
Ghost Gaming waiting for the Panthers as well here. Tensa, he hears that car moving in, and with how slow the Panthers are playing, I think the Panthers are well aware that Ghost Gaming is in front of them too. WallStreetBets taking the fight. I like this because they know that bridge crossing is going to be an even harder fight than this one. Seagut almost gets tagged down from that angle from King A, but the blue zone is closing. So they either gotta commit to this fight and probably die to blue, or try and make a crazy rotation and hope for the best.
Yeah, I see a couple WallStreetBets players in some vehicles, possibly looking to reposition, but that might be a mistake because the Knights, they got their DPs locked and loaded. Alucard on the rooftop. Oh, look at this, no pro era. Uzi's barrel roll. Dacia in the water. Vehicle explosion, and UIU Nemesis, they have been waiting on the shorelines, waiting for the Knights. Little did they know Pro Era would just send it right above their heads.
Pro Era gifting some points over to UIU. Siga hopping in that car. He could heal in that car. Once he's in the car, he could pop those med kits. That's probably what he's going to do. Yep, popping one first aid kit, some underwater healing. The fight has erupted on the bridge, but on the opposite end, we still have Polo sitting and waiting. Let's see if he can get some sprays, and the Knights still trying to find their way in. Hoops! Oh, just instant headshots. One of the best players when it comes to just close range crosshair placement. That's how he wins a lot of his ones. Coops looks like he's going to try and take that buggy across the bridge.
Makes it look so easy. Coops, when I grow up, I want to be just like Coops. In-game skills just phenomenal here. And UIU are going to be swimming. Looks like they dipped underneath the bridge. They're going to be right there on the edge of this next circle. And I hear the crowd, Zute, Baba OP. Baba OP. 2 kills on WallStreetBets. Baba OP, med situation not the best here. Talk about not the best. Chico, Somersault City out here. Polo's like, hello? I think Chico got out that vehicle real dizzy. We saw them right there running in circles, and Polo able to get another kill underneath their belt.
Chico with some style points right there. Reminded me of one of those, skateboarding games where you do a bunch of those tricks. But UIU pulling a trick of their own, saying, hello, kill switch. We're right in front of you already. 2v1 for kill switch. And that's such a crucial position for XSET. Kill switch was just not ready. I love that heads up play by UIU. They didn't even check to see the bridge was being camped. They just veered off and decided to swim ashore Navy SEAL style. And they got a nice entryway. And look at that circle shift. Heavily pays off for the UIU team.
And you know what's even more impressive is they looted the crate in the water before they made it to the shorelines. They got that MK14. I'm surprised that Knights and UIU, both squads, even made it on out of that mainland kind of northern bridge camp that we saw a little bit ago, because I was really looking at Lazarus and XSET to gatekeep all these squads. But UIU swimming quick, swimming fast, and making that shoreline, well, they're going to be set up pretty well. But this long, drawn-out battle you were talking about a little moment ago, looks like the Panthers finally trying to make the push as HH24 is knocked out.
I don't want to jinx the Panthers, but the Panthers, they're a team that always plays from the edge. And if you go back and watch VODs, they're always on the edge of the map fighting their way in. So if anybody could take down Ghost Gaming, which we have said is probably the team with the strongest defense out of all the teams, this is literally the strongest offensive team from the edge going against one of the strongest defensive teams. And the Panthers, they are getting the edge over onto Ghost Gaming with that first kill and knock. Oh, and a second one.
Bayo turned on. It's up to Spec. It's up to Tenson. The Panthers are putting in work. Legal with the U.S. run over right there saying honk, honk. And now it's up to Spec to clutch this one out. Is Legal still in the U.S.? I think so. Popping out the U.S. in the smokes across the way. Most so to finish off what they started. Zute 3 kills for Moso, 6 kills for the Panthers.
Oh, Freddy does go down, though. They could have got that revive. I think it was the shots from Spag got him low enough, and maybe a third party from distance finished that player off. But what a fight. Like I was saying, the Panthers, great team from the edge. Ghost Gaming, a great team when it comes to defense. Awesome to see the Panthers win that one out. Meanwhile, Lazarus and UIU being fishing buddies right here, seeing who could catch the most fish, and there's only one fish left in the water, and that is Jay from Yo. Or Spray from Yo, sorry.
So low. Talk about a fish. I mean, this is a fish that is just flopping right there on the shore, gasping for air. I want to see the battle, though. I want to see the battle between UIU and Lazarus. UIU, 7 kills right now. Lazarus have been on the beach for some time, I believe, with 4 kills. Looks like they're going to be using these smokes to push into this compound. Beautiful smoke wall right there to elude the sight lines from UIU down there.
I like that headset play with the smokes. Lazarus realizes, hey, next zone, we're probably going to have to make this cross anyway. Why not just do it now? Maybe catch UIU off guard. And UIU, you saw Jag with the sniper. He wasn't ready to shoot at a running, moving target in the open. He had that sniper out. He was hoping like Lazarus would continue peeking, but they did different and they crossed up. UIU, they have a vehicle, so they could still rotate on in, as this is where the zone's ending. It's going to end on 19 Esports. 19 Esports and Nova. The two duos still both alive, but 19 Esports has a zone. Nova's really close to it, but they're not in it just yet.
Have to give it to them. Have to give it to 19E and both Nova. Top 6, that will get you, I'll get you 4 points and placement points. So definitely clutching out, playing that survival role here. And for how long? Well, that's the question. And UIU going to be pulling up right behind the same path that Lazarus just previously took. UIU are actually tossing smokes in the same position that Lazarus actually just took, and even using their smokes that they just popped to try to close the gap right here.
Lazarus does have that little dip right there, so able to take some cover. G3, though, not quite in that dip, getting shot at Fierce. Here's that dip, gets that headshot in. UIU going down 3 from Lazarus knock. Oh, and that is all 4 from Lazarus gone. Nova Esports comes in with that third party. I love the confidence. Nova down to 2, but they hear the gunshots and they realize this is our chance to third party, where when you have the lowest amount of numbers, that's probably the best fight you could take. And they've secured this next spot in the zone now, taking out these 2 teams.
I can hear Jag right now saying, I'm safe, I'm safe, I'm safe. And Nemesis is like, no, you're not. Nemesis with the tall task ahead of him. Pretty much an open field. There's a couple trees now in the blue zone, and the duo from Nova, I'm pretty sure they are aware that there is at least 1 more point out there in the distance. But meanwhile, the Hitlist, the Panthers. Oh, okay. Sam, that's good. See ya.
Touchdown right there. The Hitlist wiping out 19 Esports with that grenade. Nemesis, no meds left, will go down to the blue zone. And we're down to 3 teams. The Panthers playing just like Panthers. Look at them just waiting and waiting in surprise, wanting to third party a fight potentially, but they're not going to get that opportunity. They have 3 members. The Hitlist also with 3, and Nova with 2, but they have the most amount of zone control. And given, let's see the next circle, I think I'm going to have to favor Nova here.
Yeah, Nova, you can't count them out, because we look at memory, we look at Rin, and we think individual gun skills, they both have it. And I think that's why they're playing somewhat split, all things considered. Rin, last game, 7 kills, 5 kills this game. I think Rin alone could gatekeep and take out the Panthers. So the Panthers, I hope they have a plan set ahead of them, because it's going to be a challenge.
100%. Nova, they could third party this fight. The Panthers' next move is probably onto the hit list, and you see Nova, with that spread, they get a position in the circle where they could just kind of lay low and keep their heads down, but the Panthers might have lost all their vehicles. So that hard push from the Panthers maybe not going to pan out the way they would like to, which actually doesn't work out for Nova. Nova should want the Panthers to push to be able to third party.
We'll see, as it looks like they're going to be taking a couple shots at the Panthers here. Not only will Nova be looking at the Panthers, but I believe the Hitlist have a couple sightlines on them as well. Yeah, Legal gonna be pushing out, gonna be spotted, tagged, and Moso using these smokes, running right into the danger though of the Hitlist and their barrage of bullets just firing out those windows.
Nova picks up another kill. I think Ren right now has 6 kills. The Nova team in its entirety has 6 kills. Ren, like the analyst desk called it, Ren is popping off. And another thing the analyst desk called Glitter called out the Panthers to come up huge this game, and they are coming up really big, but I think it stops here. They're not in zone, and the Hitlist have their eyes dead set on them.
Yeah, we saw that big brain graphic in the pre-show. Nova, the Panthers. Looks like the Panthers going to be trying to push the guard tower that the Hitlist are occupying. And this crate, talk about the clutch cover crate right here. I am surprised that they're able to even make it this far right now.
The Panther. Every time I see the Panthers make a play, it just literally reminds me of Panthers. The way they just kind of leap their way from cover to cover, and then also just their aggression. Right earlier, we saw with that ghost fight, but it's not over yet, as some angles are still yet to be explored. All the players are in zone, but yeah, you see right here, Memory almost getting one. That grenade returning, getting Memory down to about 60% health, and the next zone comes out, and it is wide in the open. I gotta zoom in here with my magnifying glass. I think the Panthers
they do
the circle. I think barely.
They do. And level 3 gear and an AUG. Moso crawling out there to the angle to the right of the tree, getting a knock here. The Panthers, I counted them out, Zute. But with this next zone, they might just have it. I don't know. It's gonna come down to Nova as well, the duo.
This is going to be an intense ending. Memory is going to need to find that angle once again onto the left side to open it up onto the Panthers. Meanwhile, Ren here, he's got to make some casualties along the way of the Hitlist, so both teams get tagged up at the same time. But the Hitlist coming in with the buggy, using the car play, and it is all out mayhem. 1 down for the Panthers, 1 down for the Hitlist. Nova, 1 down for Nova as well. Everybody's taking casualties here. And I think the Hitlist has the most amount of players up. They have 2, and Waya, ooh, that grenade bumps them off into the blue zone, and the Hitlist with 2. Nova trying to reset back to 2. It's going to come down to a 2v2.
Trying to go for another vehicle play. Memory was picked up. Vehicle explosion, chunking down Rin really low here. Looks like the Hitlist going to be pushing out of the guard tower. Healthier than ever, that guard tower. Paying dividends towards that late game because they were able to use it, wait in, try to get all that intel possible before making that play. It did get a little sketchy though, Zute. I'm not gonna lie, got a little sketchy towards the end, but it all comes back to who has the most squad mates alive. And I think with that in mind, you're able to make those riskier plays there towards the end.
Yeah, the buggy play would not have worked with 2 players up. They had 2 players. They had a total of 3, so they had 2 players supporting. And with that chaos, I think they got the knock onto Nova and a knock onto the Panthers at the same time when that chaos broke out. So great plays by the Hitlist. And when a push came to shove, they really just kind of went for it, and it worked out perfectly for them.
I can't lie though. Like, nobody can take out the Panthers. The Panthers just don't die here. They're so good at playing the edge here and just nice and slow. And we were talking in game number 1 about consistent teams. And once again, the Panthers, 3rd place right there, 7 kills, 17 points total. Nothing but points all day long. The only thing they're missing now is some win and winner chicken dinners so they can get paid, get those $1,000 here. And looking towards the bottom, Dope Esports, their first super weekend. Last game, pretty solid. Nice placement points, nice kills, but this game, can't say the same.
Like that, that zone shift, that military island, a lot of these teams doesn't have experience yet when it comes to super weekend, and it shows. Some of the new teams coming in definitely struggling. Let's take a look at the top
Ren.
MVP players, and yeah, of course, Ren, 607 damage and 6 kills. Talk about 7 points of damage over what was needed to pick up those 6 kills. Moso, though, also come in huge, and Trickster. Great games out of these 3 players. These were the 3 teams at the very end of the match. So, of course, each player on that team coming out huge and getting their team to that position.
Not only that, back-to-back games though, where Rin was the number one MVP in the lobby. So Rin is definitely on fire here tonight. It's only a matter of time before Nova get that winner chicken dinner. I can feel it. I agree with Glitter. And talking about Glitter, ladies and gentlemen, we got more action coming up right after the break. We're sending it to the analysts. Don't go anywhere.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible.
The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to PMPL NA Super Weekend number 2. And that was a hell of a game by the squad, the Hitlist. I called them out at the top of the day. Bombilla with a huge nade to clear out 19 Esports and then close out for the rest of the win. I had the opportunity to sit down and chat with them a little bit to talk expectations for the PMPL NA Season 2. Let's take a look at it.
Hey everyone, Digon here with Bombilla of Hitlist, the Hitlist, and we kind of just wanted to dive into this returning team from PMPL NA Season 1 here to Season 2 and talk expectations. So what have you guys felt so far after the first week of PMPL NA Season 2?
After the first week, we were just not that confident. We are not that confident right now. And our aim is go to PMPL Americas and just qualify for the PMGC for the end of the year.
So when you're lacking confidence, what do you do and what has your team done so far to get that confidence back?
We are just focusing more on coordinations and stuff. Once we get there, and I think it's been pretty good then. Yeah.
You guys did make it to Super Week, or Super Weekend, the first one, so that does give you some points there. How do you think the next level of the America's Championship is going to be?
I think it's gonna be more tough because most of the teams from other regions are gonna like more focused on going to PMGC, and there are only like 3 slots, I think.
Yeah, not a lot of slots there to make it out of the Americas Championship to PMGC. Now, you guys obviously played last season, then came back this season, have had an okay start. What is the biggest change that you've made from last season to this season?
The biggest change we made, I think, is like we are more confident this time, like this season particularly, than the past one. That's the biggest change we have right now. We are just confident right now.
Confidence is huge here. Thank you, Baba Billa, for making time for me here from the Hit List.
Here you hear from the main man himself, Babambila, Jechi, and the rest of Hitlist able to get themselves a chicken dinner and boost up their rankings at the overall leaderboard. Digon here with Glitter and 7. And 7, let's take a look at that overall leaderboard. Remember, this is the Super Weekend leaderboard, so only teams that made it to Super Weekend and scored points in Super Weekend are on this one. Let's dive right on in. And XSET, their lead still safe. Panthers made it to that final circle there. Still looking pretty. But what jumps out at you here?
Nova? Are you kidding me? Nova jumping up to 3rd place, 175 points. What were you saying there, Glitter? Was that it?
There's a lot going on this first page.
Yes, there is. You know who else has jumped up? Ghost Gaming. Even though they haven't gotten a chicken dinner today, they've been able to perform. They're currently sitting in 6th place with 147 points, and then going to a team that's currently not here in the Super Weekend, and I expected this to happen. Miss X's has now dropped there to 8th place with 133 points. That's not going to change at all the whole weekend. But Knights being able to have 146 points, and I actually want to move up a little bit more. Ogilvy as well in 5th place. I believe they have been able to move up since the start of the day there with 153 points. That's great to see. XSET though, XSET still staying top dog, but with the way Nova has been performing, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see them challenge that 1st place. Glitter.
You remember when we did our predictions? I just want to say that mine might have been XSET, Panthers, and Nova in that order for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Now we get to see Syndicate there in 9th place, having started off the day with a nice chicken dinner for themselves. Moving up the list here a little bit. BTOWN in 10th, but I'm kind of looking down here towards the bottom. Hitlist. Remember I talked about Boring Protocol in danger of starting to get leapfrogged? Hitlist has now jumped above Boring Protocol. Boring Protocol and Illuminati are right on the cusp of being dropped out of that top 16 section right now. UYU, Lazarus, Pro Era, everyone has been gaining points today to kind of solidify themselves in, that 10th through 13th, 14th area. But Boring Protocol and Illuminati both not here, unable to earn those points, which means that our teams in 17th through 19th are also going to be creeping up behind them. Yep. And honestly, after the showings that we've seen coming out of the teams today, 7, there's no way that they're that far behind.
Yeah, especially with WallStreetBets. I mean, there you go. WallStreetBets has definitely been the one that's been performing really well. That last game didn't go according to plan, but for them to be able to put up 23 points in just 3 games here, when we have 2 games left, and when we have maybe one of their favorite maps, Sanhok, left as well, I'm really excited to see if maybe today alone they're going to be able to pass the Illuminati, because that'll be super impressive. And then we have Dope Esports LLC. They're currently being able to put up 16 points. I mean, these are honestly not bad performances from these 3 new teams here on their first Super Weekend. I mean, you said it there, Glitter. The Illuminati and Boring Protocol are watching this leaderboards and they're saying, oh man, we need to turn it up big time next week of League Play, because remember, only the top 16 teams out of this ranking, out of the Super Weekend overall leaderboard, are going to be moving on to the finals.
Yeah, I do want to throw out for those 3 new teams, Dope Esports LLC, 16 points, scored all their points in that Miramar map. That means in rounds 1 and 3, both on Erangel, 0 points. So maybe the map change will help them out. And Yo is in the ascendancy, 5 points in map number 2, 6 points in map number 3. Although they have the least amount of points right now, they're trending in the right direction. WallStreetBets, they scored most of their points in round 1, have started to slow down a little bit. So Baba and the rest of the crew need to start picking it up if they want to continue to peck away at the teams that aren't here today in boring protocol and Illuminati that are that low on the leaderboard. Now let's take a look at some of the teams at the top of the leaderboard, specifically one that Glitter has, always predicts, and rightfully so. She's been waiting for the Exodia final piece to come on in. We think we found it with Rin. Let's take a look at the stats here, Glitter, of Nova Esports.
Listen, we've been keeping our eyes on Rin for, it feels like the entirety of the past week, because he has been on a tear, and we got to show you just how big that is, okay? Because these stats are from just today. He has almost 2k damage and 14 kills to himself, 6 knockouts. I mean, and this is the type of performance that we've seen him have repeatedly now. He did this during league play. He is just, this entire season, been a standout player for Nova. I mean, especially when you compare that to the rest of the damage across the board, and I'm not saying that it's not enough. It is just Rin is just outshining everyone right now, and he's been in our top players of the match. How many times now? 7. He has been one of the last players alive. As you can see, that he has a second highest average survival time, second to Memory. And that's huge that Memory does have the highest survival time because he is their IGL. So obviously having that person alive for as long as possible is huge for Nova as well, and is helping with their decision making. They're just so consistent right now.
By the way, he's not currently the top killer just from his team. He's currently the top fragger for all the teams. He's leading everybody. The second place person is Acer, and he only has 7 kills. So he's being able to double that. It is quite an amazing performance that Rin is having today.
Yeah, anytime we've been able to put the camera on Rin, it looks like he's just been able to lock in, find someone, and knock him out. Only a minute left to the next map, so why don't we get ourselves ready to toss to the casters. Thank you very much, analysts, for breaking down that last game and getting us set with the overall leaderboard. Coming up to the plate, another caster change here. It's Paul and Baron Toddkill and Zute. Again, Grandpa Zute, you cheer everyone on. Who you cheering on for this one?
We're on Sanhok. So we were just talking about, Nova. I'm gonna have to give this one over to Nova.
Not a bad call. We'll see if their early splits end up hurting them a little bit here. Something to keep an eye on, because something that has hurt them in the past. But I agree. I think Nova, Rin, doubling Zute, it's one thing to put up good numbers, but doubling the next person's kills after 3 games, that is just an impressive statistic.
It seems like Ren, anytime there's teams to be shot at, they just put Ren in that position. They trust his gun skill. Like in the end game of the last game, it looked pretty, like a set structure. Ren was held back, taking the riskier position, taking shots at the Panthers. Meanwhile, Shifan, he secures a spot in zone. So it's structured that way for Ren to shine. But I do gotta say, even with that structure, like some of the other Nova players, they could definitely step up some more and come out, a little bit closer to Ren's performance.
Yeah, I still think there are plenty of opportunities for other players to step up, especially here on Sanhok, where I'm expecting a lot of action, a lot of early fights. Let's see what these teams can do as we get into it here with map number 4.
Map number 4, Sanhok, the wildcard map that we will have each and every day. It's always crazy to see what happens on Sanhok. Like sometimes Ghost, this is their map to start bouncing back on, and Ghost performance not terrible today. They're climbing up the rankings little by little, but they haven't had that huge game yet. That chicken dinner game that we're so used to seeing out of Ghost. Depending on how well they do here, it might just set up, the last game, because it seems like a pattern. And then Nova, of course, some reason, some way, they just always dominate on the most difficult and I would say the most RNG map that is Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those maps where
let's go.
where the circles will often determine very quickly what kind of game you're going to have. And I mean, Lazarus, WallStreetBets, Ogilvy, they've got to be ecstatic about this one because it's almost guaranteed that Northwestern Island Zute is going to be in play very late into this.
I'm curious to see if Nova's gonna. We already see Shifan right there on your screen. He's got a car. The last time this circle appeared, Nova full sent it up to the top of the mountain where Telly is right now. Third partied them with the fight between them and Bop, took it over, and then won the game. Crazy thing is, they didn't even get Circle up there. The Circle went up to hot 10, and Nova still won the game. So I want to see if they do that full send again. This time, the top of the mountain, pretty central. We might just see it happen. As for the rest of these teams, a lot of them have seen the Circle before, so I'm looking to see some adaptations maybe if they didn't do too well the last time this zone happened.
It's interesting because WallStreetBets is still pretty split. They often do this full, all 4 solo play on the outside. If Nova is going to send it in the next, 90 seconds to 3 minutes, they need to be cautious because Baba, he's the first one up that line of defense. And lots of fans there in the chat, I know, will be real sad to see him get taken out early, but we're highlighting Ghost here as well. Another team that you wanted to see, Zute. They're right on the edge of this next circle, not in a bad spot. And I agree. I have high expectations for this squad with how long they've been together in the scene, with how long they've been playing together. I think it's time for them to, really ramp it up here going into the second Super Weekend.
I think the difference between Season 1 and Season 2, right, is that a lot of these other teams that Ghost is contending with has gotten better over time. So now they're not dominating as much as they did the first season. And that's great to see. But that also means that it gives a chance for the Ghost team to improve even more. One thing that I like to say is when you see one team completely dominating a region, that's great and all, but that just means they're not getting good practice. They're not getting punished for mistakes. They're not forced to get... It's hard to know what mistakes you're making. So Ghost Gaming, good to see them still hanging in there, and they're steadily on that climb up. And I think that's one thing that's really great about Ghost. They're constantly adapting and getting better. And there's that full send we were talking about, but Nova got full sent and stopped short by Ogilvy this time around. Ogilvy, if I remember correctly, they did not play this position last time in a similar circle. So Ogilvy changing some things up and Nova getting punished for it.
And this feels intentional. They rotated in the path that Nova would have taken. The other 2 players are forced around the other side. But as all this is happening, more fights are breaking out here. This time it is Yo and Dope, the 2 new squads here in the Super Weekend. The 2 teams that can't afford to have any more goose egg games in Zute. For one of them at least, that's potentially what we're looking at here. Dope is turning tail. They are not wanting to take this. They're leaving for their teammates for dead. Yo will take this fight.
Yo's got to kind of hunker down right here as Ghost Gaming in the wings right now, trying to make their way in. And during the qualification stage, we saw Ghost Gaming hunt down Dope. This is one huge reason why. When the circle goes towards that other island, Ghost Gaming has to go through the Dope team. But this time, they got to go through Dope and Yo. So Ghost Gaming, they did well that last week on Sanhok with the same zone, but with the different teams in play, it could really change things up. Beowulf playing very quiet. I think he wants to wait for the guaranteed knock, maybe waiting for Dope to get in the car, or maybe, that you got to take those shots right there, and Beowulf, 3 points right there.
And the team shooting, that vehicle went from full health to gone in about 0.1 seconds. Ghost Gaming taking absolutely no chances. They are going to have one traded back, though, but I'm getting flashbacks to the end of that Erangel game a few days ago with Bale's long-range shots. Feels like he's feeling a lot more confident since then.
Yeah, the patience. If Bale shot early, he would get a knock, right? That player would probably be able to crawl behind the wall. Dope or Yo realizes Ghost is there. They don't drive out into the open. But the patience from Bale to not take those shots earlier on secures them maybe 2 kill points. They already got 1. Looks like the third one or the second knock is going to get revived. So Dope's going to be able to reset back to a 3-man. But that's great. That's an easy push for Ghost Gaming now, a 4v3 situation.
Yeah, I mean, that was it. Great job, though, from Yo. Good defensive play. Laid down the smokes beautifully. Let the down teammate get out. Spring will be able to get revived. Now, the question is how much looting have they done? Are they going to have enough meds? Are they still going to have utility to get out of the situation? because they're still on the edge somewhat of this next circle. They've still got a bit of time to work with, but at some point they're going to have to make the move. Like we're seeing 19E move right now, but they're running right into XSET. They're getting third party from somewhere else as well. Oh, man, do I love Sanhok.
Look at that mini-map pulled up on your screen. We have 4 teams already here. Nova, XSET, 19 Esports, and BTOWN from the south. This is a huge sandwich for all of these teams. We have 4 teams involved in this fight. Sam, with that grenade, gets caught from the side angle right there. Sam will go down, and immediately third party thirsted by Nova. 19E realizes there is way more to this fight than they thought, and they're going to start backing up and maybe readjust their positioning.
Yeah, I mean, they're running down the hill. There's opponents up there. They're like, okay, we'll deal with the team right in front of us. And XSET, and oh, the second you think so, Nova has rolled up into the party, but giving the position of where the circle is, the drop. I mean, that's not surprising at all. This is such a prime location on the southern end of this island. Everybody wants to get involved. And I actually think Ogilvy, because of their smart early rotation, Zute, and especially that hold against Nova Esports, they are the kings of the castle right now. They are looking down on everyone.
Ogilvy, the linchpin, just stopping all the teams from getting up to the top, but the very, very top is still held down by the Lazarus team. Now, depending on the circle, if it does shift up there, Lazarus will have a huge game, but if they have to go down, Ogilvy is just stopping them dead in the tracks. And what did you see? I missed it.
Oh,
what
no,
was the
no, that everything you're saying, trying to get down off those cliffs.
Okay.
A nightmare. An absolute nightmare. Oh, man, this one's going to be interesting, Zute. I mean, Lazarus, again, on paper, pretty good spot, but I'm looking at BTOWN here as well. It seems like everybody had the same thought that I did at the start of this, that it's 100% going to finish on this island. But there's one team that's still holding their cards close to their chest, and that's Knights. They are sitting right at the delta between all 3 islands. Yeah. And I actually think that, you know, this is probably one of the smartest positions to hold. I mean, it's a little bit more risky in some regards, but if they are rewarded, if it does shift back, say, towards boot camp, they're going to be in such a good spot.
I love that you pointed that out. I didn't even notice that. That's like the second strongest position on the map, because the first circle going into the second circle, it rarely ever just centers right up. It always shifts in some kind of way. Now, if it shifts to the west, Knights are in the same predicament as they were earlier if they didn't rotate further in. But if it shifts to the east in Verum, Knights suddenly, their position becomes dead center, and they have that delta, the strong position right there where they can monitor all different sides. And the circle is about to shift. So let's see if it pays off for the Knights. Meanwhile, the west side, looking so congested.
It took the words right out of my mouth. It is a backup. It is a traffic jam. It will center up pretty much on that island. Knights are still in. They will likely take this time to rotate now, or they could stay there a little bit longer and pick up the stragglers who are coming in on the outside. I'm looking at the hit list. I'm looking at the Panthers, who we know love to come into these circles late, but on Sanhok, Zute, late is very much often dead because this blue will punish you.
Yeah, if you're coming in late, you may as well pick up all those first aid kits you can. And that is what UIU is doing. They're all the way down south in the docks area, still looting for the meds. Ghost Gaming with the rotation in vehicles. Vehicles highly underutilized in Sanhok, and I think that's mainly because a lot of teams don't use them correctly. And why not show Ghost, one of the best teams when it comes to rotations, pulling off a nice, easy, clean rotation with vehicles. Don't lose a single player. Gets them onto the high ground, and this is a good stepping stone for them to make their next rotations, depending on where the circle shifts.
Yeah, nobody was really sitting on this northern part of the island as well. Hottin's still completely open. They are going to have some vision on this bridge as well. Not like a firm camping position, but depending on what Yo wants to do here, they may still end up taking the fight with Ghost. And I love this call. They're actually getting backstabbed by Syndicate here. But what's so fun about this, Zute, is that Ghost moves, they're in a better position, and they still apply pressure to Yo. They lost nothing and gained everything from that. And it was just so clean, no hesitation, no damage. Why not?
Ghost Gaming, that's the pressure and then the rotation. This is how Ghost Gaming always somehow manages to just rotate ahead of other teams, but not lose any players. We see other teams try and do the same. They just try and rotate by teams, but they'll end up losing so many players, if not the whole team. Ghost Gaming, though, Yo was in front of them. Yo was technically the one with a better position, like you said, to stop Ghost Gaming from going across the bridge as easily as they did. But Ghost Gaming, that is one of their expertises when it comes to rotations. It's not all about just driving and moving. It also has to do with how you apply the pressure to give yourself that safe rotation in. So Ghost Gaming, great job by them. Syndicate took some shots at Yo, but looks like Syndicate's going to go and take they're going to put that pressure and then just rotate ahead of them through the north side. They're going to take a little bit of a swim. Meanwhile, all the other teams, because the center circled up so much, it has been a very, very quiet second circle so far.
Yeah, I think because of how far everyone had to rotate in the first one, because they got a sense of where it was going to rotate, all the action we were going to get happened right off the bat. I also want to note that UIU still in the blue. They are still picking up meds. I am terrified to think about how many they're going to have when this is all done. Erangel is also doing that too, though, from the Panthers. So we have that last player who's going to be picking up a ton of meds. We've seen this happen before, Zute, 30, 40-plus first aid kits. And it can make a big difference when it comes to a heal strat, which on Sanhok, it often does.
Sanhok, notorious for the med strats, and you can't blame any of these teams given that island position. When that circle first popped up, the very first circle, I'm sure there were like 3 teams in the lobby that were like, well, we know what we're doing. And that is what they should do. It is so hard to fight your way in. You see the congestion, all the choke points, all the different cover, the elevation difference. It is such a hard, it is more difficult than Miramar, I would have to say, trying to make it into the Sanhok Island circle. And that next circle shift, oh, Knights. There it is. There's that Eastern circle shift, and it pays off huge for them.
It does. They are right in the center. They are on the low ground, down near the shore, but still can be a decent spot. Lazarus has got to be loving this, though. They're still very much up on the high ground, still split, still looking to pick up kills where they can. As we can see the western side of this circle, that is where I think a lot of this action is going to be. Nova, WallStreetBets, XSET, BTOWN, 19 Esports, so many of these teams right on the edge. We're all vying for the best position they can find in this next circle, but it's mostly just that mountain. So I'm looking to Lazarus to just start to rack up some kills. If they're not Zute, I feel like they're doing something wrong.
I think they won't get the kills yet in this circle. They'll get a lot of damage, but maybe no thirst. Nova trying to rotate in now on that circle shift, drive straight into the side of XSET. Nova down to 1 memory with the last few just meds left, and I don't think XSET's going to let him go. XSET, yeah, they're going to look to take this kill point, clear out their backside. Memory already trying to make a run for it. Oh, not all the way in Polo. Oh, the shots from Polo. Polo didn't even know where he was, and he still won that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so when you're holding an angle like that, your gut instinct is to hold it right at the edge of the building. But that's actually not what you want to do. You actually want to put your crosshairs a little bit further out to give yourself, as fast as your reaction time is, as fast as these players are, you need to give yourself that little bit of wiggle room. And that's not what we saw there. And because of that, a few missed shots right at the start of it, Polo was able to turn it around. Great job. I mean, huge.
That's a big, tactic that, I'm surprised that you called that out. You must have had some PUBG Mobile experience yourself, but that is 100% correct. You don't want to hold the angle so tight that your reaction speed can't pick up. And I love that point you just made, Embarrassment.
It just goes to show at this high level of play, you can't make any mistakes. Oh my goodness, the trap was laid. BTOWN Esports only find 1, but it could have been so much worse for UIU. After all this time out in the blue, Zute, welcome to the party.
Welcome to the party. ND, the party's not done yet. We still have so many teams still needing to make their rotation. And Pro Era, meanwhile, on the west side of the map, they haven't made their way in. And it looks like they're getting ready to get gate kept by like so many teams. UIU meeting the same fate right now. So, I mean, they're done. They're done looting for meds because that blue zone is really hurting. And they have the players to try and make a push in. And that's what they're going to try and do right now. Now it looks like they're going to run straight into the XSET team.
Oh boy, and XSET you know, maybe a little worse for wear at some point, but they're still going to put up the pressure. Kill switch has been going off today. I constantly feel like when we're profiling XSET, we're looking at kill switch, looking at him doing so much damage, surviving when other players might not. Now, XSET's in a great position to continue to leapfrog into the edge of this circle and continue to rack up kills because they're already at 5.
They might have 5 kill points. One thing they don't have is any circle favors.
Oh, no,
no. All the way to the east. Look, Ghost Gaming. I talked about them popping off on Sanhok. This is not the... well, I mean, game's not even there yet into the late game, but it's safe to say Ghost Gaming is going to have a pretty decent performance. The Panthers also get zoned, and they get zoned on that eastern island. That's not even touching... That's not even on the west island that we were talking about so much, and now you see the scramble. Out of all these teams on the west side, all the teams that rotated to that congested west side, well, they're going to go into a meat grinder now.
Nice shots from Hugh, and WallStreetBets pushing in here towards Pro Era. It's scrappy. Good pre-fire. The nade is coming out. King A, Steve-O trying to make it work, but here comes the blue. This is what we've been talking about all game long, Zute. This is the pressure that is constantly at these players' backs. And at this point, if you're Pro Era, I think you just leave Hugh here to pick up as many kill points as possible. Delay while the rest of the team rotates in, and this is exactly what you hear. Steve-O with the jump shot. No, the flick. Beautiful turn coming in from Hugh. Going to be able to thirst, confirm the kill. Nicely done. There's King on the outside, spots them. We'll be able to get the first aid off. King A is in a terrible position because he's got to try and run, but he's got to respect the fact that there's still an opponent behind him. Pick your fight, Zute.
He should take that fight. The blue zone's already chunking. He's so far away. Meanwhile, Ogilvy has crashed into a location before Lazarus can get down here. So Ogilvy with the faster rotation gets inside. Not so the last one up though. Lazarus somehow managing to take out the Ogilvy team here, even though Lazarus is wide in the open, pushing their way in. You see Joey running down the zigzags, trying to make his way in. Natsuo, if any player could do it, it would be Natsuo.
This Uzi point blank range. That's not the first time he's done that one. Can they continue to hit the shots? We're getting third party though from behind, and that additional damage was enough. Ogilvy does go down. Lazarus take the compound. They've made the descent. But speaking of going down, who will it be? Knights or XSET? And in the end, Alucard gets it done. The Knights are there. XSET's run comes to an end.
The XSET and Knights fight. What a legendary fight. Of course, Team Knights had the defense. They had the position set up. XSET had a full send that, and I think they managed to at least take down one player of the Knights, but that is it for XSET on this map. Meanwhile, Spring, that's in zone. He is out there in the water behind a rock in zone. Next circle comes up, and Drago from WallStreetBets somehow just is in that shed in the dead center of zone. Salty with the K9, no luck there, gets tagged up down to 1 HP instead.
Yeah, not ideal, but somehow Drago, this player that we keep looking at, that we keep hyping up, is there. Nice shots from Brain as well. Oh, that headshot sound is just so pleasant. It's just so rewarding when you hit one of those. That's pretty darn good. And Syndicate, who've already gotten themselves a chicken here today. They know when to play passive. We criticized them actually a little bit for it in that Miramar game, but they proved us wrong, walking away with the chicken dinner. But now they've got to do some running, Zute, because they have a ways to go to make it into this next zone. Good smokes. Whoa! Get back to the action though. Oh, actually, this was that final moment there with Knights being able to pick up XSET. Huge play for the momentum of the lobby. Knights was in a fantastic position, and yeah, they throw all the smokes and nobody makes it in. Salty makes it in but goes down, and that's just it. Yo goes out. Syndicate will secure, I think, 10th place, but not ideal from them. It looks so good for a second, Zute. I think there's still a couple of them up and alive technically, but We'll see how long they last as Ghost Gaming looking to take the fight now to the Panthers. They did lose a few players. Spec and Tensa, though. And Tensa, these mid-range fights, Zute, this is where he excels. So I'm going to, oh my goodness, hang on. I'm going to take a look at this for one more second, because I think you're right, Zute. This is a moment of, a huge potential moment here for Ghost, because if they can take out this team right in front of them, they've got this whole side of the circle to themselves. Looking towards this now, UYU will be eliminated, but Ghost, if they can take out these two players, if they can hold on to this end, they will be in such a prime position. They have to get up on the high ground. They have to try to make an opening as the Knights taking a decent amount of shots in response here. Now, I mean, the Panthers, they are looking to be in such a phenomenal position. We'll see if they're going to be able to convert this into a chicken, because Lazarus is still up in this fight. They are able to make it into the next circle. Drago will have to move.
I'm surprised the Lazarus team has made it that far into the zone from those compounds. They had to smoke their way all the way over, and the next circle shift does come out. Ghost Gaming just right in the middle, in the thick of things. The Panthers still have 4 players up. They're getting the reset onto the 4th. Ghost Gaming has to defend against Lazarus and the Panthers at the same time. Let's just see if Ghost Gaming can make maybe a top 2 finish. Meanwhile, the Syndicate player just went out right there, trying to med his way up, gets a 4th place finish. The Panthers looking solid right now.
Looking absolutely prime. Ghost aside, we're not going to get crazy. We're not going to go for some hero play. We're not going to get shot in the back. We're not going to get third-partied. Instead, we're going to play stealthy, and we're going to survive. Spec is sitting in that vehicle, and I don't think anybody knows they're there, but using this rise to such great effect, the Panthers are looking so clean. Know when to fight, know when to push, and know when to survive. This squad is doing it all right, but do they know? That's the question. Do they know just how close Ghost is?
I'm pretty sure they have a very good idea of where this Ghost team is. We saw earlier they were trying to make a press in, but they couldn't. But maybe I'm about to eat my words as that player just runs right by the Ghost. He's standing right next to him. Ghost Gaming. Oh my. Oh, this is not... okay, they're sending only 1 player up at least. If they sent the whole team. And there we go. Ghost had to take their shots. And this can Ghost make that huge clutch. Their position is now exposed.
Yeah, this was the play now. They had to go for the point. Gives G3 a little bit of a breath of life. And Tensa is able to get... oh, the knock gets traded out. And G3 is going to look to try and pick that up. It all comes down to Spec. Do they realize they only exposed Tensa? I don't think they know that there maybe is a second one here. This is actually like a bait on both sides right now, as the circle has centered up on the Panthers. Wow, this luck going their way time and again. Does G3 just deny to the zone at this point? That's the question. I think they do.
I want to give a quick shout out to Spec. What a 200 IQ move out of him. If he goes prone on either side, he's exposed to G3. So instead, he's going to just sit in that car, and the hood of the car is completely covering Spec. And Spec might get 1, maybe 2 knocks, but I don't think he's going to be able to clutch this one. They have no idea, though. Oh my, okay.
Now they do. And that's going to be it. And that's going to be it. All right, what a finish to that game. The many IQ play, not quite enough to overcome the Panthers here. Glitter's prediction, maybe 1 game a little bit late, I think. But either way, still absolutely incredible. I mean, wow. This is just... Let's take a look back at this round result, Sute, because it's a fun game.
Yeah, with how much action just happened in the early game, and then we had that circle number 2 where no action happened. And then, of course, that hardship came out. So, like, we had no idea how some of these teams did. Like, take a look at that. WallStreetBets.
Another 10
coming
points.
in 5th place.
Another
overall.
10 points.
Right? That is huge. They picked up 4 kill points at some point. The Lazarus team we saw towards the end. Of course, the Panthers clutching that one out. Ghost Gaming also with a lot of points. But the Knights and Hitlist, they also got points. And so many of the teams just disappeared, including XSET. 6 kill points, 7 points. That is still good for a Sanhok game.
100%. They got those points in blood and not a whole lot else. And I also got to give props, Dope Esports able to get a point. Able to get a couple points. It's not nothing, but it's not on that front page, and it's not where I think they need to be. Nova Esports, I think, was probably one of the biggest disappointments in this. Just how that game started. Not a whole lot they could do going out. Let's take a look at the overall MVPs, though, Zute. Let's see who ended up coming out on top. I don't know who it's going to be.
Someone from the Panthers. It's got to be at least one person from the... Oh, my.
No.
Okay. Natsuo coming in there.
Oh, with that fight against Lazarus, that makes some sense. That does make some sense.
That goes to show how much damage he actually put in throughout the match. The Ogilvy team, they didn't even finish in the first page. Like, think about that for a second. They finished on the second page, and you still have a player from the Ogilvy team in the leading position on the MVP. Natsuo does not disappoint. Of course, Drago and Spec, they show up too. WallStreetBets, that was not an easy Sanhok game for anybody. And WallStreetBets, they pulled it off and they got some points in still.
And it's so funny because it's Natsuo and Drago, who I think many would consider the two star players from their individual teams, showing us time and again why they are that high level star players showing up here. And look, if you want to look like a star player, you could do so, because the special Falk Radiator for the PMPL is available. You can go pick that up in game, get some fantastic skins. I highly recommend that you go check that out. If you can't, I can't play like the pros, but maybe I could look like this today. Is that how it works? I feel like that's how it works, right?
Hey, no? If you can't walk the walk, look the look, I just made that up. But let's go.
I think it works. I also think we have one more game. I think we have one more game here, which means we need to head to a short break. And when we come back, game number 5 on the day. See you soon.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to PMPL NA. Panthers were able to wipe up the floor with that competition. And if you want to wipe up the floor with the competition, get your hands on the OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro with flagship performance, an immersive 120 Hz display, and technology made specifically for gamers. The OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro are your best shot at climbing the ladder. Thank you to the sponsor, PMPL North America Season Number 2, OnePlus. All right. 7. Lots of damage done on Sanhok. I love that map. I know the players don't like it. I know that it's chaotic. It's hard to figure out the traps that are being laid. But now it doesn't feel like it's just ghosts that are laying traps for people. We saw a Peaceful throwing down a trap against UIU. So, like, teams are starting to evolve on the chaoticness of Sanhok 7.
I mean, we even got to see it on the final circle. It was just absolute chaos. We saw Spec just chilling in the car, waiting for everything to happen around him. And then on top of that, he was still able to get some damage. I mean, we saw Tensa being able to be Tensa in what he usually does. But going back to the top players that we were able to see there with the casters, I'm happy with some of the faces that we were seeing. We saw Natsuo, again, being able to be a top player there for Ogilvy, being able to put up 650 damage alongside with that 3 kills too. Quite impressive. Do me a favor, put up the total damage stats from all the teams, because I definitely want to be able to see all of that. And I want to be able to see which of the other teams were there, because I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we're able to see WallStreetBets once again in there. I feel like today they have had an amazing first day. And sure enough, there you go. You know what? First off, let's start with XSET. XSET was able to just tear it up. 1,400 damage, 6 kills. We see Knight being able to put up 1,200 damage, 4 kills as well. We'll go down the list. We're talking about Ogilvy right there. You're able to see what they're able to do there. And if we go down the list, even the winners, I mean, they really didn't. They were just kind of waiting for everybody to play it out, being able to pick and choose when they had to actually fight. So quite impressive there. And then from WallStreetBets, we're able to see 4 kills, 800 damage. Out of those 4 kills, 3 of those kills actually belong to Drago, my MVP player right now. And then actually almost half the damage as well. So overall, I mean, great performances here. And this is kind of what we expect to see out of Sanhok, right? Just absolute madness.
Yeah, just chaotic nature all over the place. This is the first time, though, where we take a look at total damage. Don't see a lot of Nova, but one map, chaotic map, that Nova doesn't show up on, I think we could forgive. But XSET, man, that was a crazy, crazy amount of fighting, damage, controlling areas they were able to do here. On the flip side, though, let's take a look at the team that took home the chicken dinner. The Panthers, able to show up yet again. This is a team, Glitter, that you've been pretty high on. You've been high on, Panthers, XSET. Who was your other one? Was it Ogilvy? I forgot who your third team was. Nova. I don't know how I forgot that was your third team there. Those are your 3, and all 3 of them have been performing. Let's take a deeper dive into the Panthers in that last one.
I'm actually really excited that we get to highlight the Panthers right now, because they have not only done better every single game, they've now gotten chicken dinner, $1,000 in their pocket, but throughout the day, and we were talking about this earlier when we were watching some of their plays with Enviram, specifically when they made that push on Ghost in the last game, not the one we just watched, but they are one of the most intelligently decisive teams. They do not take fights unless they need to, and when they're going to, they do it as a unit. They do it seamlessly without hesitation, and that is reflected here in these stats. I mean, we're used to seeing standout numbers on at least one player. Moso has been killing it for them today with over 1,400 damage, 9 kills and 7 knockouts. But look at the rest of the squad. You've got Legala at over 1,000 damage. We've got Hayuya at 800, Frady at 825. I mean, there is no weak link right now in the Panthers chain, and they have taken on all of our heavy hitters in multiple different occasions, in different maps, different games, and they have been successful in the majority of those engagements. And right now, they are a squad that is scary, in my opinion.
Yep. Yeah, they do. Fun fact here for you all at home. And 7, I know you're Baba stats guy, so you might not know this one, but this is a stat in general. Panthers, the only team today to stay in the top half of the leaderboards every single round. Not Knights have done it, not Nova has done it, XSET has not done it. The only team to do it, Panthers. Granted, maps 1 and 2, they were 8th and 8th, barely made that cutoff point. But then we saw that last map, Erangel, decisive pushes against Ghost, got themselves 17 points, and then the chicken dinner in that last one. I wanted to ask you all here on the desk, more than halfway through, one map left. Who's been your big surprise so far of the day? Seven, let's start with you. Who's been the biggest surprise for you?
All jokes aside, WallStreetBets has actually been a big surprise. Coming into the first super weekend, for them to be able to put up the performance they have so far. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I think so far today they have put up 33 points. When we go and compare that to the Illuminati, that they were able to put up 58 points in a span of 15 matches. And WallStreetBets has been able to put up 33 points in a span of just 4 matches. That is just super impressive to me, considering that they didn't know what to expect, right, in the super weekend. And on top of this one, they don't have any time to sit out. They don't have any time to just go back and reassess when things don't go their way. So the response I'm seeing from this team is amazing. The performance, honestly, the consistency that I'm seeing out of Drago, this is something that even if this team doesn't make it to the finals, I do hope, and I'm calling some of the other teams out, I do hope you guys look at this player and maybe give him a chance, because he's just putting an amazing performance for the way that he's being able to carry the team.
Yeah, and before we get to your pick here, Glitter, I want to remind everyone at home, use the hashtag PMPL to get into the conversation across all social media platforms, Twitter, Twitch, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook. And I just wanted to throw that one out there because to update everyone at home, for all of you that have used hashtag PMPL Baba OP, now hopefully you like some maybe like punk rock music. It's the new band Baba 182, because that's how much damage Baba has done so far over the last 4 matches. 182, Baba's stock going up. A little slower, but going up there for everyone else. And just for context, Drago has done about over 1,000 damage. So Baba's, you know, he's warming back on up. Baba OP just maybe not so much straight out the fridge. He's got to be tossed into the microwave first. All right, Glitter, now that we've gotten our Wall Street Bet stats segment, Seven made me do it. I want to know who has been your biggest surprise so far in the first day of Super Weekend number 2.
So for me, I think it's got to be Hitlist. Not only did they manage to get that chicken dinner for themselves, but then in this last match, they were still, in a top 7 position. But specifically, I'm picking Hitlist, and this was another thing I was talking about with Environ when we were watching the games in the back end. I was questioning their confidence in the game where they got the chicken dinner. And there was a point where I was, wanting them to make that push on 19E, and they did so very, very well. And then they made a really intelligent solo player send onto the Panthers when they sent over the buggy to try and make sure they could get some more kills over there. There were moments throughout that entire game where Hitlist showed so much confidence. They were making really smart decisions, and they were working well as a squad. And that's something I feel like we've been looking for. They just barely qualified through to this Super Weekend in 16th place after league play, and they really struggled during league play. So seeing them pick it up here today has been huge for me.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun across multiple different teams. There's 2 teams I want to just highlight because at first I was like, I feel like we've seen them. They haven't done as much. UYU, we saw them in map 1. We saw them in map 3. They've scored over 35 points so far today, so hitting almost that 10-point average. And then Lazarus, slow start for them, but have been in the top half the last 3 maps, 5 points in map number 2, 10 points in map number 3, and then 16 points in that last map. So Lazarus has been peaking and making it a little bit harder for a team like the Hitlist, who have found some success, found a little bit of confidence, but then, the teams in front of them are doing better. We got a little bit more time. We're a little delayed before getting into the last game. It seems like one of the players had a connection issue, so we're going to take a little bit more time here on the analyst desk. And so, Seven, since we talked about biggest surprises, let's throw it out there. Biggest disappointment so far. Who should be racking up more points than what they have?
Oh, that is actually a really good one. And I'm going to say BTOWN Esports. That used to be like one of the teams that I was pushing for. That used to be one of the teams that I was really like, you know what? They're the winners of the PMCL. We've been seeing how aggressive they are. We've been seeing how they're starting to kind of switch it up a little bit too, trying to get those placement points. But so far today, I just haven't really been able to see that BTOWN Esports that I'm used to seeing, whether it's fragging, whether it's placement points. They haven't given us a reason to really talk about them, except now, when it's pretty much like a wake-up call. So BTOWN Esports, hopefully they can finish off the day pretty strong.
All right, yeah. BTOWN have been caught in some fights, but haven't been able to turn it into as many points as we saw earlier in Super Weekend. Glitter, let's close it out with you. Biggest disappointment, needs to step it up here.
I'd have to agree with BTOWN. One, because I think it's just right, but also because they're one of the few teams that haven't picked up their performance in comparison to league play. Like I said, we've seen the Hitlist, we've seen a couple of teams that struggled, were a little bit slower in the league play portion. They were able to reset on that day off and come in to our first Super Weekend day strong. And I haven't seen that out of BTOWN yet. And we've seen them do it in Super Weekends past, in league play past. So I'm just kind of hoping they're able to pick that back up.
I think that's a brilliant one. I think the only other one to talk about, and it feels bad because they are currently just slightly ahead of the now surging hit list, is Pro Era. Pro Era hasn't made a top 8 yet. They have struggled in their rotations. I think in that last Erangel map, we very much saw them getting caught out on a rotation and then just falling over. So maybe Pro Era will be able to bounce back and pick it on up. We're going to send it on over to the casters. Seems like we're ready to get back on into the game. The players are locked and loaded. So are our casters. So let's send it on over for the final time today. Super Weekend, day number 1 of week 2. From the call, it's Paul and Barum Todkill and Zute.
I love how he does my whole name every time. Thanks, Daniel Deacon Gonzalez. I appreciate you. All right. Appreciate all those on the desk. Great insight, great analysis as always, Zute. Let's round out the day strong. They highlighted a couple of teams, and I'm so glad they talked about Pro Era because that would have been my pick. They have so much individual skill, Zute. I just need to see them use it.
I gotta agree. Pro Era, they have the mechanics, right? But what's lacking that I can tell is just cohesion. They're a bit slow to make certain rotations. They're a bit slow to execute certain things. You put them in a fight, though, they can hit the shots, right? So I think that will just come with time. This Pro Era team, they just need more experience and more time together. Let's see how they do in this last Erangel match. It's the last one for the day. The last match of the day is always a bit more aggressive than most, but I gotta say, man, all the games today, I'm seeing, I think week after week, teams are getting a bit more comfortable and getting a bit more warmed up, and we've been seeing fights happen earlier and earlier, and this one, it might just be an entire different beast. It is the first day of the Super Weekend, but it is the last match of the day, so let's see how these teams decide to play this one out.
And it's so funny that you should say that because I look back to the first game of the day that we had. You know, Dave and I don't think we saw a kill till the 15-minute mark. And then the second Erangel game that you guys were able to cast, we saw action, multiple teams fighting from the 2-minute mark. And I was like, where was this one? I know, you're absolutely right. Every single match as the teams get more and more comfortable, the strats that they're trying to execute, the jitters, they're gone. And now we should see full comfort, full confidence, full control. That's the hope anyway on these rotations, but control is going to be tough when most of the map is water.
I don't think we've yet seen a circle, at least for the first circle, this far down to the southwest so far. It might shift back up towards the north, giving all these teams a more familiar area of seeing where all these other teams play for, but this one's different for sure. And we had that very northern plane path that also kind of throws a wrench into things. And one thing I see on the far west side of the map is the Panthers. They always drop military base, right? But they can't make it to military base here. They might get into an early fight with the hit list.
Yeah, at this point, they're right on top of each other. I don't know what the alternative is. Take a look at that, hopefully, as soon as we get into this game, because they are quite literally right on top of each other. I actually can't read their names. That's how close they are. We'll see if they're going to be able to spread out here. And the question is, where does the Panthers go? Do they go down to Prim? Do they go down to Fair? I mean, that would be the play I think I'd like to see from them. That's still not going to be easy. Not a lot of loot on the road. They're going to have to go quick and hope that nobody else full sends it. I don't think that's as likely. I also think it'd be interesting to see what teams opt to rotate in from the east. Does XSET go down onto military and rotate in that way? Is that too much of a risk to the reward of the loot they could get down there on the island? A lot of questions, Zute. This circle gives us, we're used to the other side.
Yeah, this, like I said, this is a zone that we haven't really seen before, and you combine that with the plane path, there are a lot of question marks. One question mark for the Panthers is, where are the cars? I'm pretty sure they dropped here looking for a vehicle to rotate somewhere to continue looting, but the Panthers off to a very, very slow start as the Hitlist, they managed to jack the vehicles before the Panthers could find them. And now you see the Panthers just running wide in the open. This is not good for the Panthers. They've always been a team that has just taken their time looting, but they've taken their time looting a place like Military Base where they could get looted up, and they play from the edge, right? The Panthers team, they're in second place overall, and I really want to give props to them because we don't see them, you know, just getting zone blessed like the other teams. But that's also because they play from the edge, unlike that last Sanhok game, though, and I want to give them credit for that one, too. That was probably one of the very, very few games where they did kind of get those circle zone blesses hard to the east, and they got that chicken dinner. But they're second place overall, not because of that one game. They're second place overall because they've been edging all of the games and having a great success at finding the rotations and fighting their way in. This game, though, is going to be a tough one for them because I don't think I've ever seen them in a situation like this before.
I agree. They look lost, honestly. They couldn't quite figure out what to do. Their whole thing is they don't really like to take early fights if they can help it. They've shown they can if they have to. Think back to that fight at 19 Esports the last time on Erangel. But this is twice now that they haven't been able to have the early game start they've wanted to on this map. I think this is probably the worst iteration of that we've seen here for them. So I think it's a good test. You know, because oftentimes we see teams, they get full comfort. Again, it's comfort. They get the run of the early game. We don't see hot drops too often. Maybe during the groups play, teams might fight over like a pachinki if Ghost Gaming's down in the lobby, but that's such a specific example. And now, because of the hit list, we're able to get those vehicles. They're the ones who full sent down to Prim. They're the ones who are going to have a positional advantage. And now the Panthers are stuck out on the road with suboptimal loot, no vehicles, and they're going to have multiple teams from Georgia Pole crashing into them pretty soon.
Yeah, the Panthers, if I were them, like at least they're on the edge of the map, right? Somewhere they're comfortable playing from, but they don't have the loot nor the vehicles, which is definitely different than the edge that they usually play. Ghost Gaming with their first rotation out from Pachinki, of course, heading very, very central, actually electing to take the beach side. I like this move because it is so difficult to play into the beach if the circle keeps shifting south. But if the circle starts shifting back up north, hey, Ghost Gaming, they know their rotations. They can make their way on up with no real problems. At least that's the plan, it looks like, for Ghost Gaming. Nova also making their rotation from the farm area to a very central position on the map. And rotations are happening so early right now, and it just might mean teams might start fighting even earlier. The hit list, not even done looting yet, and Ghost Gaming is already on their doorstep.
I mean, Primorsk is, everyone's like, yeah, that's the place. That's the one. I heard good things. That's the place we should go. And that word got around, you know, and suddenly every team in the lobby is starting to rotate here. We are looking at a quite literal traffic jam. And Vurex, oh, that is not ideal. HH24, clean shots. Ogilvy is now suddenly rethinking. I mean, I feel like for a lot of these teams too, these rotations are early. I think everybody is surprised there's already someone there because of how, like, this, we're only, what, 6 minutes into the game? 7 minutes into the game? This is still fairly early, all things considered, and we have, like, 10 teams on the coast.
I think all the teams are kind of realizing the same thing. Yo, if the circle goes down into the coast, that is one circle we don't want to have trouble rotating in. So they're just going down to the coastline extremely early. And also, it's the plane path, right, Inverum? The plane path was so far up north, a lot of these teams are probably expecting there's no way there's already teams set up here. But, I mean, welcome to the PMPL, where teams are just deciding positioning is key. Loot, not as important. Give me a few bullets, I can hit my shots. I don't need 300 rounds of ammo, you know, to lay the damage in. And Nova, with a little bit of a surround onto Lazarus, a preemptive surround. It looks like this was just their defense setup, and they kind of have Lazarus trapped in, but Lazarus still in a very strong position with a lot of dips to work with.
This isn't the first time we've seen this setup, and I think it was actually the Knights the last time we did see this. Look at this. This is a full pincer movement. They are fully surrounded. You can't see it on the map, but Nova Esports has players in every direction, down on the beach, the left and right. But the issue with this Zute is that if one of them should get knocked, this will fall like a house of cards. The dominoes will be huge. Memory finally decides to take the shots and whiffs almost every single one of them. That's unfortunate.
Ooh, I can't help but feel like if that was Ren in that position, that would have been the opening knock. But Nova, they're putting the pressure on. They're getting more aggressive. Memory is holding down the off angle, forcing Lazarus not to be able to peek that hillside, giving Yi a free position up close. But Yi needs to be a little bit more careful as he almost gets knocked in. Of course, here comes Ren. $100 that Ren gets the opening for Nova here.
I mean, I would not be surprised. There it is. Give this man his money. Ask and ye shall receive. They were down right in the corner. Telly also, it was almost a double knock off the back of that nade. That's the problem with this dip, is it lets those nades go in right where they want to. But Yi still hasn't even a chance to heal. They're just pushing in. They're going to act as a scout.
Wait,
they know
what?
they're going to go down likely anyway, so they're just going to go for it. And Yi doing a decent amount of damage, but will end up getting dropped. The rest of Nova Esports is trying to push in. Lazarus already finding 2 down. Rin on the outside. Can they get it done? It's just G3. Rin, the last one standing. And just like this, it is a 1v1 between Rin and G3, but I lied. Memory's still in this.
Wow. The aggression. Literally pushing at 1 HP. The comms must have been like, I'm 1 HP. And somebody said, doesn't matter. Ren is full HP. Push. Because Ren got that heal off. And yeah, Lazarus, I love that play out of Nova. But I gotta say, it's risky though. If one of them gets third party caught out with that split, like you said, everything falls apart. So it is great to see that Nova put on that aggression as early as they did, because if they took any longer, somebody's going to sniff out Nova being that far split, and somebody's going to get knocked from the Nova side. So Nova doing a great job, not losing a single player, and leave it to Ren to get the opening for that team, right? Like, who else besides Ren would do it for Nova?
I mean, all these players have the potential, but Rin has been doing it consistently. Absolutely stellar play here from Nova Esports. Taking a look at the map, quite a few kills already coming through, but no teams have been fully flushed yet. WallStreetBets and BTOWN, 2 teams that can't really afford to lose too many players, have already done so. But great play from Nova, and I agree, Zute. A lot of teams would have done some damage. They would have danced around, hum and ha. You know, do we go? No, yeah. They realized all these teams are rotating in. We need to go now. We either do it now or not at all. That's exactly what we saw. It's potentially a bit of a fight might break out here. Another power position on the southern side of the circle, right up on the high ground. 19E, Ghost, and XSET. Name a better trio. I'll wait.
I don't think I can. Maybe we toss in the Panthers potentially, but this is the center of the map. And I'm looking at the mini-map. The Panthers sticking true to their strategy. They had a chance to rotate more center, but then instead they don't. They just decide to not go center, and they just decide to go to another edge position to continue looting some more. Ghost Gaming getting into fight with XSET, but 19E very close by. And if we know anything about 19 Esports, I think they're the best third-party team so far coming into the PMPL North America.
Bar none. They are the best third-party team, bar none. They do such a good job of showing up, always picking up 2 or 3 kills right at the end, cleaning up a couple of downs, and be getting the final flush on the players who are weak. They are solid. So I'm looking at them to potentially be the nail in the coffin of one of these teams if they do take a serious fight. But both of these squads they're looking at this scoreboard just like we are, Zute. No teams have been eliminated yet. There is no reason to take a dumb fight if you don't have to. They're looking for the chicken dinner. They're not going to be, throwing their lives away on silly early game fights that they don't have to take.
19 Esports also in the dead center of circle. We usually see those third parties when, towards the late game around the edges of the circle, which is much safer time to third party. If you third party now, you see Ogilvy right there. They might be the 4th party, and then Pro Era might hear something, and they might be the 5th party. So that center map position, ooh, yeah, very congested. But let's see where the circle is going to take us on the next shift. Sorry about that. I'm choking on my words right now.
Look, as long as it's you and not the players, all right? All right? Okay. Yeah. Look, no choking here, guys. Just only clutch plays. That's what I want to see. And that was a pretty clutch circle if you're a player in this game right now who just got to say, okay, we get to relax, we get to chill, because that was as good of a center up as you can possibly get. I guess Drago's still out there just wondering what happened to their lives at this point, just staring off into the abyss. But they'll get there. They'll get a couple of kills. They always do somehow. As we're taking a look at that fight down towards the bottom, it looks like it's Ghost Gaming and Nova potentially trading some blows as well.
that center area just gets centered up once again. And for some of the teams, they might not be too happy with that, right? Because they're holding that hilltop because they get a lot of lines of sight, which allows them an easy rotation into the next circle. But when you're forced to kind of not move because you don't have anywhere better to move, all those lines of sight suddenly become lines of exposure from the other teams edging into you. So I'm looking at Ghost Gaming. They got to tighten up their defense a little bit. Same with XSET, same with 19 Esports. I think they'll be fine for another circle or so as long as they have 4 players up and they're able to lay that gunpowder to keep teams away.
Lines of exposure. Sounds like a spy novel from like the 90s. I love it. Yes. Such a liability. Such a liability some of these situations, especially on a map like Erangel. You have to have your head on a swivel, something we'll keep an eye on as the battle for Quarry is raging. I love this aggressive version of Nova, and I really feel like Rin coming into their own, having that confidence is what's allowed this team to pop off. Because Nova was always that more slow-paced tactical team. They showed up when they need to. They got, did the dirty work when they had to. But they're the ones actively seeking out these fights now, Sute. And frankly, I think they need to, and they can do it. So yes, please, let's see more of it.
I think Ren has allowed the team to play the way they've always wanted to. Because I've seen Nova iterations in the past where they play very fast and aggressive, and they just completely just fizzle out and die, right? It was that notorious inconsistency out of Nova. Sometimes those plays come out huge. Sometimes they're nowhere to be seen. But Ren is that player just adding that aggressive consistency for the team now. So it's great to see Nova has finally found an iteration of Nova that is stronger than before, but I still think they can improve quite a bit more.
Oh, I 100% agree. I still don't honestly feel like basically any of the teams in this lobby have really hit their apex yet. I mean, looking at some of the competition that we have overseas, there are some teams that just every time they're in the lobby, you hear the earth shake with every step they take. And I don't think that we've really gotten there yet in North America. But hey, who knows? Maybe over the course of this PMPL, we'll start to get to that point. We'll start to crest the summit, as it were, because what better place to really, go plus ultra, to hit that next level than here in the PMPL with the best teams in North America. As that circle shifts up north, Zute, these squads are going to have to move.
Ooh, I want to see 19 Esports hold down that tower. They're going to be able to just chill there or press so many teams away. Meanwhile, that circle shift is not good for a lot of the teams on the south. They had that huge cross make, that road. South side of that circle doesn't have much hard cover besides the buildings that maybe Ogilvy's at. And the Panthers, well, I mean, they're on the edge as usual. And I think they already picked up 1 kill, but this is what the Panthers are so good at, just edging in and just picking apart teams little by little, not worried at all when the circle goes away from them.
No, and they were able to scrape together a decent loot phase despite how that game started. Again, I said it was a test for them, and I'd say they passed. They're already here. They're back to their normal strategy. They've gotten themselves a kill. I think they're feeling pretty good about this. We'll see what teams they run into on the road. As I say this, though, the Hitlist and Dope, again, these two teams we're looking at here, going toe-to-toe. You hear on the flank. Nesquik now aware of exactly how this how this rotation has come to pass. As looking at Jat G, can they line up the shots? This is all these teams have the same color name. Sute, this is not easy as we see the rotation coming in. Trickster trying to be just that, but the Tommy gun is too big. And just like this, Nesquik and Dope have survived the hit list. The aggressors are gone.
That play almost never works. I don't know why I keep seeing players try and pull that play off. The quick flank right behind with the buggy or the car, you hop out and you try and surprise them. Like, it does not work that way. You gotta throw them off. You gotta keep driving a little bit, catch their attention. Then you have your teammate press in. But speaking about pressing in, the Knights are pressing in to UYU, and I think 3 openings with just grenades alone. Trey, the last member alive, but of course the Knights, they have no worry. It's a 1v4. Trey can't do much, and they know. Oh, maybe not. Now they know. Oh, Trey actually gets one, but I think that's about it.
They had the sense, they look, but then they didn't immediately see Trey, and they're like, oh no, we're fine. And then Trey's like, but actually, no, that was sick. 3 opening knocks with nades. I mean, that's huge. I mean, that brings me back to some PUBG Mobile World League stuff where we really started to see teams like just level up in terms of these throwable skills, and that's what you want to do. I mean, that is the safest opening you could possibly get. You didn't even show yourself to the opponents, and you knocked 3 of them. And it looks like XSET's trying to take a page out of this book. Nice nades coming through. Spec was able to get the first aid off, though, and oh my goodness, Zute. It's like there's fire and mortars out here as XSET is pushing in onto Ghost. They're in a bit of a rough spot here, but can they end up trading it back? Yes, they can. Spec, that was huge, but another nade comes in. What is with the grenades on Erangel today? Ghost Gaming potentially in shambles. They've managed to make it a 2v2. Can they find the shots? Polo on the flank is who I'm looking at. Kill switch is here as well. These 2 heavy hitters from XSET. Ghost need to make a call, Zute. Do they fight or do they run?
Well, we have the duo of HH and Tensa, the dynamic duo for Ghost Gaming. Can they hold it out? I mean, they're getting the revive onto Bayo. XSET doing the same, getting a revive onto their squad. It's a stalemate in terms of the numbers right now. Polo, though, with that grenade, could come in super big. It bounces, does not bounce enough. That grenade went just like 2 more meters. That's a double knock onto HH and Bayo. Now Polo forces sit in the blue zone, going for that med. He's got 1 first aid kit left. Kill switch and the other team, the other members of XSET, they need to do something to help out Polo, but Polo taken down, and that is XSET wiped out. Once again, Ghost Gaming, like I said, one of the strongest defensive teams in the lobby, and XSET could not crack open that defense. The Panther, one of the most aggressive teams on the offense side on the edge, and take a look at that. 2 kills, and they got the circle within their sights, and 4 players alive. Time and time again, the Panthers do it. If there's one team that knows how to edge and play correctly, which is one of the most difficult styles to play in PUBG Mobile, it would be the Panthers.
They've made a name for themselves doing it. They've started to shift the meta of the lobby just doing it. And we'll see how many more teams can try and live up to their legacy here as the blue is continuing to chunk away. The last one standing here. Oh, no, wait. Chico's still alive. They're going to be able to get into this. Knights, they be able to try and rally and recover here. It all depends on how many shots they end up taking. But bam, that Ghost play was absolutely sick. I thought XSET had them dead to rights, but they held their ground, backed up just as far as they needed to, knew that XSET had to push into the circle, lay down the smokes to stop the opponents from getting those pickups. If that nade had landed from Polo, though, to say, oh, what could have been?
And there's 1 meter, maybe 2 meter difference. By the way, this ending circle, we're out in the open hayfields with a little bit of this mountaintop end zone. You see it here. The Panthers trying to fight for this mountaintop area on the edge against Syndicate. So the Panthers, they have the number advantage, and they also have the high ground advantage. It would not surprise me too much if the Panthers close this one out, but the grenades out of Syndicate definitely doing a number.
Yeah, Salty going down. That was the anchor player. That's absolutely huge. But we have more fights breaking out. Zute, the second we think we're into one, the next one has just begun. So seeing Pro Era pushing in on the southwest side of this circle. Ghost trying to cross the road, living in the smokes, but just a target for the opponents to blind fire into. The third-party Kings up on the high ground. 19E found the Wizard Tower, and they are taking shots in every direction. Ghost Gaming going to try and make the send in and around, but they just don't have a whole lot of options as Acer is making their presence felt.
19E just taking pot shots right now. Like I said, this position's so strong. They can shoot at everybody they want. Hard to confirm the kills, though. They managed to pick up 3. And with that next circle coming out, Pro Era might just decide to go aggressive and take that position. No, Siga thinks better of it, turns his car around, maybe doing a quick little scout. But yeah, look at that position, 19 Esports. They have sightlines on Ogilvy, on Knights, and they get the circle again.
Oh,
but
my goodness.
None of the other teams on the edge of 19 Esports has a zone, so that's going to mean Pro Era or 19 Esports. They're going to get pushed by Pro Era and maybe Ghost Gaming.
Carnage just needs to hit one more bullet there on the edge. Yo was actually able to pick up Knights with that nade. Okay. So live just long enough to get some damage done. Beautiful play there from Iris from Ghost Gaming, as now we're seeing the potential fight break out between Pro Era and Ghost should they choose to push this. Everybody has to push into 19 Esports. It's not a block, it's not a third party, Zute, it's a block party because everyone's getting involved. And the question is, who is going to be the first one to fight? And while they're distracted, who will take advantage of the chaos?
19 Esports says, you're invited So let's see if Pro Era takes that invitation. Also, the Panthers, they still got to make their way in. They didn't clear out the Syndicate team, and usually this Panther team so good at being proactive and wiping out their sides, but they haven't managed to do that completely just yet. And you see with his circle shift,
nice.
It could be trouble for them with that Syndicate, but I think they put out enough pressure to keep the spacing alive. Here we go. Pro Era finally joining the party, but very slowly. I like how Pro Era is taking this slow. They want to open it up with some type of utility, as they do have 19 Esports just pretty much pinned. And oh my gosh, the wall of smokes from Ogilvy.
And that Salty gave the position away. This was the last player left behind them, which means that the Panthers have this whole high ground. They have to try and flush out this player. Beautiful sidestep in the vehicle. Salty's going to look to try and survive a little bit longer, but they do end up spotting them. Great play from the Panthers. They cleared out everybody on the low ground in front of them to make sure that nobody could shoot them on the flank. They cleared out the last player behind them, and just like this, Zute, I think they actually have, even better than 19 Esports, the best position in the circle.
They do. They have the entirety of the north side to themselves. And it depends on the Ogilvy, though. Ogilvy, if they could manage to get that thirst, it does hinder the Panthers a little bit, as they're the only team with 4 alive. One of them is knocked, however. Everybody else just laying low in the grass. Pro Era still trying to break their way into 19 Esports position. I think Pro Era is on the very cusp of zone, but they know they want to take this team out if they want to get the chicken dinner.
That was huge. They laid down the smokes, bypassed 19E, got further up on the high ground where they've got that little bit of that ridge line to help protect them. Ogilvy's just trying to snake their way in. Ghost is in the same position. Ghost slightly better simply because of the way this hill crests in the road. Carnage can notice now there's 2 teams down there. They can see them shooting at each other, and the nades continue to fly through. I think that one was actually from Pro Era. All these teams are getting involved. And Zute, what is happening? What are the Panthers doing? They're just chilling. They're letting these other teams soften each other up, and they're going to jump in, pounce at the end, and try and get that win.
The circle has shifted to no man's land. Nobody is in that zone, but it is the closest to the Panthers, and the Panthers have the most control. Brady needs to be a little bit careful, though. If one of them gets knocked right there, but oh no, Brady's so close. 1 HP onto Fishy, but 19 Esports, they're going to play aggressive now with that circle shift. They know they need to clear out their backsides, and it is all out chaos. Pro Era down to 1 player. This is why I was saying, if Pro Era had 4, they needed to find a way to break into 19 Esports. It was a 4v3, but they took a little bit too long. It's that decisiveness, that cohesion that Pro Era is missing out on, and they're not utilizing their members to their full advantage. 19 Esports, not a single player down from Pro Era didn't manage to take a single player down. 19 Esports with 10 kills now.
The third-party Kings coming on in. I said, who will take advantage? I thought, who will take advantage of somebody pushing 19 Esports? In the end, it was 19 Esports pushing out, identifying that they needed to clear out the teams at their backs. And Acer, all the confidence in the world comes down to Tensa. He's playing that stealth game. And this time, we're ain't back on Sanhok. He ain't gonna wait that long. He wants to pick this up now, which means there's only 1 player alive for Ghost, 1 player alive for 19 Esports. And the Panthers are looking in a pretty good spot.
The Panthers actually don't even have to fight this. They've secured the zone. Nobody else on the map has a zone besides 19 Esports. And I think the Panthers realize it, as Hwaya up at the top, he's going to look to play spoiler in the sense of just making sure nobody else gets into the zone, while Legal just chills down there. And there we go. Leon, great eyes right there. Picks up 1. Oh, that's a little bit too aggressive, but the Panthers on the same page. He called it out. I'm going for the peak. The follow-up was there. I've seen so many teams mess that up where one player gets too aggressive. The other player's still busy snaking, but the Panthers, back-to-back chicken dinners, and once again, playing from the edge, and they show how it gets done.
I mean, you know, sometimes we say, hey, using your teammates as bait. We oftentimes see it not work so well. That is how you use your teammate as bait. Let's see how the rest of the squads did, though, after a stellar victory here from the Panthers. Despite all that, though, 19 Esports, their ability to get into fights when they need to be, get out and survive. 13 kills for them. They actually end up top in the lobby in terms of points. But wow, all the squads we've come to know up here. This is a super weekend classic, Zute. 19, Panthers, Ghost, Ogilvy. That sounds about right.
Those 4 teams, glad to see them up there. 19 Esports, One thing with that position is sometimes a lot of teams don't get too many kills, but I mean 19 Esports, they peeked their heads out, they played aggressive when necessary, and you just saw how it rewarded kill points, 25 points, more than the chicken dinner team. But coming into the second page, teams that didn't fare so well, one team that I'm really looking at is XSET. Last week, they absolutely popped off, but they popped off in the very last day of the Super Weekend. A similar trend. They need a couple of days to warm up. But let's take a look at the MVPs as well as some of these players. They were definitely feeling warm. And of course,
Rin again.
Another
1,000
three
point.
times? Is that like 3 times in a row?
And this is at least 2 1,000-point games. This might be the first time we've seen one player put up multiple 1,000-point games in one day. I mean, Rin might have the highest total damage in one day of all time. We need to look at these numbers. We need to tally it. Props to Leon as well and Acer, 19. Crazy performance from them. 9 kills combined. But Rin, that early game fighting, those nades, that pressure, Nova Esports continues to do well. But props to 19 and props to the Panthers for putting on a clinic of rotational prowess. Playing the edge, Sute, you called it. They looked fantastic. But that's it for us on the day. That's 5 games. It's the first day of our second Super Weekend done, which means we'll send it back to our analysts for the cooldown. We'll see you tomorrow.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to PMPL North America Season number 2. It's the cooldown, as Mr. Rivera likes to call it. D-Gon here with These 7 Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion to break down day 1 of Super Weekend number 2. And what a day it was. And you all can get yourself an even better weekend with the giveaway that we're about to give you right now. Bam! Key on your screen. Put it in your phone. Inside the game, you'll get yourself some cool swag from our sponsor, OnePlus. Make sure to get it there. BVJVZEZQ33. Not going to say that one again because it was hard to say. but put in the code, get yourself some cool swag for your in-game character in PUBG Mobile. All right, y'all. Let's start breaking down what we saw for the day. Let's take a look at the player stats from some of our teams that just came on in. Like I highlighted a bit earlier, the 3 teams that came on in today, we were wondering how they were going to perform, and all of them performed relatively well compared to some of the teams that didn't make it on in. Let's start first with Seven.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it perfect. Actually, all these 3 teams perform really, really well. And I think all these 3 teams are actually kind of predicted to maybe pass the Illuminati if they're able to keep this kind of performances. Purge, I mean, this was the player that we talked about at the beginning of the show as well, how he was just playing such a big role for the team. Guess what? He still is. He's being able to put up 1,000 damage, 3 kills, and then Riz was able to just improve so much on his skills, being able to put up 5 kills as well. Spring, it's good to see him there. 249 damage with 1 kill, not bad. And then we go to Spray. Sorry, brother, I don't know what happened to you. They must have been stealing all your kills, all your knocks right there, because you were actually tied with Purge for the most knocks, but you were only able to convert to 2 kills.
Yeah, again, just a couple of kills there, and you saw Jay didn't have the day that he wanted to. I thought the young Belizean was going to get himself a nice start to his first Super Weekend. Not the case. Maybe he'll be able to cycle it back on in tomorrow. Now, the next team that showed up got themselves a pretty high placement in Miramar. Yeah, talking about Dope Esports led by Yahir. And this one, Glitter, you take it. Dope Esports LLC.
Yeah, obviously the second out of our 3 teams that we were keeping our eyes on as our new trio to the Super Weekend. You said it yourself, Yahir was one of those players that we had looked at as being one of their strongest players leading up to the Super Weekend. Does it again here today. 848 damage, 4 kills, and 5 knockouts, all leading in those categories for Yahir. And then moving on down the list, honestly, some decently even damage across the board there for the rest of Dope. 400 out of Callow, 320 out of Casper, 426 out of Nesquik. So there is all of these players have really kind of stepped it up to try and at least somewhat match what Yahir's been putting out. But I mean, in general, Yahir's been a little bit unstoppable for Dope, which is something that they need. Like you were saying, they had a fourth place finish, I think, on Miramar with those 6 kill points to their name. So those types of performances are going to at least continue moving them up the leaderboard and hopefully start leapfrogging those teams in 16th and 15th place.
That's right, a little bit more of the placement point style here for Dope Esports LLC. And time for the fan favorite. We've been harping on it. You know, it's almost like Mustache Dave got all of his points from you here, Seven, because he highlighted the same things. Drago being the pop-off player, Baba having the opportunity to step on up, IGLing coming from Steve-O. Let's dive into it. The stats from the WallStreetBets boys as they were able to have the best day out of the 3.
You know, great minds think alike. So Dave and I were on the same boat right there. But yeah, I mean, with this team, WallStreetBets, you can see Drago right there just being the absolute carrier in a way of this team with 9 kills, 5 knocks, the most average survival time. If you were to ask me which MVP you would have put in for today, even though he might not have the most skills, right? This is definitely up there, at least a challenger for me. And then I do want to give some credits to the other players because they have stepped it up in a big way, especially with Steve-O. He is the IGL for this team. You kind of heard me say this earlier today, and he has been able to keep his survival time a little bit longer, which just helps out so much when you're giving out information to your team. Kinye coming in clutch as well, being able to put up 3 kills, 800 damage. This is huge for him. Average survival time there, 15, which is not bad. And then we have Baba being able to put up 182 damage. Baba did not play that last match. Not sure why. I'll definitely be trying to find that out. But he has been able to put up 1 kill. I mean, for a fragger, Baba, I definitely want to be able to see a lot more out of you. And for Drago, if he can continue this consistency, I can definitely see him if he becomes a free agent, he's going to be one of the hottest free agents in NA.
That's right. Drago looking pretty good. And then Baba 182. Hopefully tomorrow he'll be able to get the team to the Rock Show. All right, let's take a look at the overall standings here after our first super weekend day of weekend number 2. Again, these are going to be added with the teams that aren't here as well. So you've got Boring Protocol on this list, you got Mazexis on this list, and you've got Illuminati on this list, but not on the first page here. Glitter. Panthers on top by 3 points over XSET.
That last chicken dinner is what propelled them into this position. And the fact that they're above XSET right now, and XSET has 4 chicken dinners on the board while Panthers has 3. I mean, you can just see how consistent their placement points are. That's massive for Panthers. We talked about their consistency throughout today. I mean, they got better every single time, and then when you thought they couldn't get any better, they matched it with back-to-back chicken dinners. So massive performance out of Panthers when all is said and done at the end of our first day of Super Weekend. But moving down the list, XSET does drop down to second place, but 19 Esports also making another jump up the leaderboard for themselves after a very, very strong final day performance, and Nova holding on to 4th place. Ghost also chipping away, moving up to 5th place. I mean, we've seen a lot of shifts here, and then all the way down there at the bottom, Syndicate in 8th place, 7.
Yeah, the Panthers, amazing day. And on top of that, they were able to close it out, if I'm not mistaken, with that back-to-back chicken dinner. That's pretty good. And then another team, I mean, we've been talking about it. Miss X is definitely going to keep going down that leaderboard. I am interested, though, at the end of this Super Weekend, where they do end up, because we have Lazarus now coming in with 120 points. BTOWN, we were talking about them, a team that has kind of disappointed today, not being able to perform that well. Guess what? At least they're able to put up 118 points total. UYU, I felt like UYU today maybe had one of their best days that they have had so far on this PMPL North America Season 2. And then we go down that list even more. We have the Hitlist. This was another team that was actually below the Illuminati. This is a team that's been improving a lot, and we saw it with Jad G, I mean, a while back. Now we're starting to see even from other players, so that's amazing to see. And now we go into the one I really want to look at, which is WallStreetBets. 35 points for them to be able to do that in 5 matches. That is just outstanding. That's a team that definitely, if they can continue on to this, they will definitely be passing the Illuminati. They will definitely be passing Boring Protocol, and I cannot wait to see that. Dope Esports LLC there with 21 points, and then we had Yo with 20 points to end it off. Great performances, honestly, from all 3 of these teams here today so far on their first day of their first Super Weekend.
Yeah, again, I love the fact that you highlighted UYU. Again, this squad, students from Jamaica, like Trey. You've got veterans of the scene like Jag. I love the way that they've come together. And then today, it felt like they were on the cusp of doing some great things. Either way, able to score a lot of points and make a name for themselves in day number 1. All right, time for everyone's favorite time if you like some cash. It's the money meter. Let's take a look at how much money the teams that got the chicken dinners are bringing home. Who's on top of the list? Glitter, please reveal.
Listen, everybody had a really solid day, but XSET is still holding on to the lead right now. Panthers is able to jump up above the likes of Nova, 19 Esports, but so many people getting second chicken dinners up here. Syndicate has $2,000. Knights holding on to $2,000, and then of course Ghost and Ogilvy. Now this obviously isn't everybody. The more teams that we have getting these chicken dinners, the less that we can fit up here, but these are our front runners for the money right now, and people have yet to be XSET. But if Panthers continue the performance for the rest of this weekend the way that they played today, they will definitely be jumping above XSET.
Yep.
Yeah, again, XSET living off those 4,000 from last weekend. They got to make sure that they're able to continue to press on forward. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for tuning in today. And none of this would be possible without our sponsor, OnePlus. Without them, this wouldn't happen. So make sure to get your hands on the OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro with flagship performance, an immersive 120 hertz display, and technology made specifically for gamers. Your best shot at climbing the ladder. Getting your hands on the OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro, available wherever phones are sold. Y'all, we appreciate all of you so much for tuning in and watching. I will be out tomorrow, but don't worry, you'll be in the caring hands of Mr. F. On behalf of myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching, and we'll catch you tomorrow for more hype PMPL action. See ya.